king. Oh, big.
Oh, big. How you guys doing? Oh, shit. I haven't gone live in so long, my camera isn't even on. Hold up. Everyone, there's no need to freak out here. Configure video. Camera control. Let's get that exposure to a negative Oh, that... Kinda see
Good
it.
job, king.
Hey, all right. There. All right. we fixed it. Hatless for free? Oh, I forgot to get my hat. Dude, I've been sent to the Shadow Realm. Holy. Top of head reveals. It's more likely than you think. How you guys doing on this fine Monday evening? Oh, hey, thanks for the hype train. I appreciate it. Missed the top ahead. Fuck. He's back. Hello. Oh, Martin Orlando. Good painter, Stormcast man. Later, good painter, Lumineth man. Later, good painter, custom chaos. Slays to darkness man. Not sure what you're currently working on. Now that's a name I haven't seen in a long time. Kahi, thanks for the tier 1, 43 months. It has been 84 years. Yeah, it was a long January. Apologies for that. But you know how my system works. I work for a while, and then I stream for a while. And we've entered the streaming part of the streaming for a while. Fucking larg. GD Panda thinks of the big prime 56. Let's get to it. Custodes this year, Cathay as cities in 2027. Planning on hitting that on-ramp to 5th edition for those, I would imagine. David Lynch, not in the Epstein files. True, common Lynchian W there. But can this streamer beat Minecraft or Minesweeper? I don't think I've ever truly played Minesweeper on purpose. I might have clicked around in it without a single thought in my head, you know, just clicking randomly once or twice. But it was never a game I played on purpose ever. I don't even know the mechanics of the game. I just know that Plib tries honestly to play it and hasn't won yet. I don't know, maybe it's a hard game. Thanks to the bits Orterius. Yeah, we're big yapping tonight. Interior yappinating. We'll be yapping out here in Japan, at least until Pink Girl Chan is on the screen. Then we'll figure out what we're gonna do. Brutal Burrito, thanks to the tier 1, the 16-monther with the Storm Chad emote. Thanks a lot. Brutal Burrito, a rare name, but a 16-monther. Studio Busta, 25 stream streak. What was your last stream that you watched of mine 2 weeks ago? Streak in air quotes. Yeah, 25 is almost 26. You're right. Was he bald? You need to know for science. No, my genetics are pretty decent. Hair follicle wise. You're doing better after recovering from surgery. You got hit with a fever. So you're doing that now, I guess. Well, have something to watch at least. Good evening, SJ. Good evening, like man. It was very not bald. I mean, I got a head of hair on me. So I got that going for me, you know. Everybody's got something at least going for him. She won today? Oh, I didn't know that. A plebictory. Absolute victory. You've been watching the Pro Tour a bit, some really neat standard decks. The standard format right now seems good, which is something you don't see very often in a decade. Every decade, there's like one, maybe two good standards. Surprising, we got there. Now they're playing with Spider-Man cards here and there, which is grotesque, but can't have everything. Start playing some PC games from our top 100 and see if you like them. I'm actually doing that. I'm not doing that today, but I'm compiling a stockpile of them, as well as a secret other game that I told SJ about that exactly 3 people from this chat will be so excited to see, and everyone else will have to pretend they've heard of it'll be, it should be pretty good. Also, MTG Chandelar, if I can get it to run the fucking thing. Half-Life 3. Still waiting, Gaben. Still waiting. Is poison counters rotated out of Magic yet? I don't think anybody's using poison. And anyway, I believe the design philosophy of poison has now downgraded itself a few times into some lame bullshit for children, like toxicity or just something like that. I don't think we use, I don't think we use infect anymore as a mechanic, which is too bad. The kids would have loved it. Throwing out those invigorates. Oof. You hope there's a big reveal for you for ogres at Adepticon? I mean, there might be. Every big reveal, Martin, people are like, do you think it's ogres next? And I've been basically like, no, I don't think so. I think ogres are kind of a ways off. And before that, I was like, I don't know if we're keeping ogres or not. But then we saw some stuff. And so, seems like ogres are still on the menu. Adepticon is probably the earliest I would expect any ogre thing. It might even be moving into like 5th or something. I don't know. But that'll be exciting. Because I'll have something to hobby on. We can bring back some hobby streams and watch HeyWoah paint 2,500 points of new ogres as long as they look cool. If they don't look cool, then I don't know what I'm going to do. Start driving past rope stores that aren't on the way home. I'm not sure. We'll cross that bridge. We'll jump off that bridge when we get to it. We don't, it's toxic, which just applies a static number of counters on combat damage. Disgusting. Yeah, don't like it. Too watered down, too safe, too chaste, too cowardly. Let giant growth mean something again, is all I'm saying. But anyway, standard seems pretty good, so I won't tell them what to do too much. The 4 thumbnails they showcased last September, Fire Slayers, OBR, Ogres, Nurgle, are likely the 4 bigger releases this cycle. Yeah, that was my guess, too. Let them cook on it. I don't have too much hope for, like, an Ogre book that's fun to play, necessarily this edition. To me, this edition is the worst edition, maybe. I'm waiting for 5th edition. I'm waiting for Mark Rose to come down from the machina of the theater on wings and save us with 5th edition from what he created, which was 4th. But what are you going to do? Yeah, toxic applies poison counters, but it's a set number. It doesn't scale like with infect. And that was cool. I mean, what is it? Tom Ross, dude. Ross the boss. A little infect in Legacy. A little double invigorate berserk. Get him. We're still 18 months out for 5th. Yeah. We get a HeyWoah explains what a fun ogre book looks like in 4th video. I mean, I'll do a review of it, as I am wont to do. But I feel it would be unfair to release a fun ogre book in 4th. It's almost like a fairness thing. If they released an ogre book in 4th that was actually really fun, it would be the only good battle tome released in all of 4th edition, and that would be unfair. So I don't know what to do about that. Imagine an army that's fun to build lists for, with lots of meaningful choices and different build paths. And, you know, you'd kind of have to change the edition to do something like that. Ogre fun time for 3 months and then 5th. Yeah, maybe. Did Nurgle not pan out like we thought it would? I believe Nurgle is a fine book for 4th edition. It's one of, I don't know, because I don't talk to a lot of Nurgle players, but I'm told that Nurgle is one of those good 4th edition books. But that whole sentence is in brackets relative to 4th edition quality overall. So, like, I think Skaven was a good one. Nurgle was a good one. Some other one, maybe. But it's all, like, good for 4th edition. Sort of like fast for a fat guy. On the docket today, we're walking around waiting for Pink Chan in Japan. Getting caught up. Gonna yap a little bit. And I might do some interior decorating while we yap. This is a talking stream. Moving forward in the week, I might try to hammer out some of the backlog of the top 100 games thing. We got a top 100 console games, much like the one we did with mods for PC games last time. But SJ came down with the sickness, and I don't mean disturbed. And so we got to let him recuperate, because he's an important voice in the console list. He was a console gamer. I kind of wasn't. I was a PC man. From the Apple II to MS-DOS to Windows 3.1 to 95 to 98 to XP to Longhorn Beta to 7 to Vista. Actually, Vista predates that. Vista, then 7 and 10, and finally, unfortunately, 11. Where much of Windows seems to be vibe coded by some fucking AI. But, you know, enshittification must progress.
Twitch Prime.
Regal Eagle Eagle. Thanks for the big prime. 16. Looking forward to SteamOS. Please, Gaben, deliver us. I'm sure it'll be pretty good. I just don't know it'll be like a universal solution to everything. Good part about Windows is it works with everything. You know, on almost any metric you want to measure, like Linux is better. Except when it comes to actually doing what you want as quick as possible. Without building a pie from the universe from scratch. And as far as Apple is concerned, don't talk to me. It was just the hardware for the longest time could hold back the dam of Indian coding. Yeah, you can tell, can't you? It actually says something. Our hardware is so amazing, and our leaps and bounds in hardware is so amazing, that it actually manages to get vibe-coded shit running okay still nowadays. And they still manage to make everything lag. Good Excel asked you the other day if you wanted to enable AI help. You work in state government, and just that sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. Yeah. Hey, everyone loves Copilot though. Because every user hates Copilot, and then power users Google how to turn off Copilot. So we'll just have Microsoft Word automatically integrate with Copilot so that the usage statistics are high. And then we can point to our boss. Look, everyone likes Copilot. They're using it. Parenthetical, because we're forcing them to in the background. Please don't fire me. Fuck this take rate life. You said this at the start of 10th edition 40K and got called toxic. I mean, you could have been saying it in a toxic manner. Or you could have been talking to a hug box who view anything but pure shilling as toxic. I mean, there's a lot of different ways that could be true or not true. Could be a bit of both. I don't know. Some people think not doing literally every single thing they say without question is oppression, you know? And some people are toxic. Could go one or two ways.
Good job, King.
Only great games. I think it's a tier 152. Damn, that's basically a whole year. You're right. The collection of usage statistics is the worst thing that has happened to tech in history. Yes and no. On some, after a certain amount of scale, I think it might be impossible to determine
Good job, King.
if anyone is doing their job in a good manner or not. Like, after a certain amount of scale, it might be impossible to determine that kind of a thing. And usage statistics are probably valuable data as long as you know exactly why and how all of that was connected, or collected, I mean. And then you have someone looking at it that understands that and is good at making decisions. But that's the rub. I'm reminded of World of Warcraft, you know. Everybody's doing this piece of content we just came out with. They must like it. Ask every player, I hate this new thing, but you have to do it to get such and such item. And you need that item, so you have to do the thing you don't like. In the company, everyone's using it. They must like it. It must be fun. Mandius thinks it's tier 1. 22 big ones. You have to admit 40K got it right. They banished the use of artificial intelligence after the dark age of technology. Come join us in the overbought slop of uglier minis than AOS. Yeah, I mean, that is a theme, though. You know, they probably took that from Dune, because everybody took everything from Dune as far as sci-fantasy is concerned, you know. But yeah, there kind of always is either a looming or past
Twitch Prime.
great AI uprising thing that altered the setting. Al Attack, thanks for the Prime, 23, nearly 2 years. Only 2 more months to go, plus or minus 1 month. Pretty wild that you started with 40k and you got so bored of the minis that you swapped to AOS. I'm not here necessarily to shit on 40k minis. There's a lot of them I like. I just feel personally that the AOS water level of miniatures, for me, is a little more interesting, a little higher. Which is strange because historically, I tend to be a bigger fan of sci-fi in a vacuum than fantasy. But I don't even know if that's true. Maybe that's not true. I wonder. Anonymous Wombat. Happy to see you again, HeyWoah. I'm hoping to see some content from you this 4th edition. Miss your videos. Yeah, I actually miss making the videos, even though they took me forever. But what I really miss is making stuff that people liked. And they, like, told me they liked it. I guess it's sort of like the digital hermit version of applause. Except going through a bunch of other hoops. It felt good to make stuff that people liked. Which isn't like an epiphany or anything like that. But my fucking problem is I don't want to make propaganda for something that I think is so boring right now that I don't even play it. Feels like a rug pull. It feels like I'm setting someone up, you know, in some weird way. And I'm not too terribly interested in 40k, which was my potential lifeline. Most of the AOS content creators that have not died by this point are mostly doing other stuff, 40k, you know, things like that, to keep the raft afloat. Other games branching out to painting, branching out to other board games, branching out to 40k, branching out to variety, branching out to old world. Your professors collapse on the floor, frothing from anger when they talk about AI. Human Borg. Yeah, man, that's a concern. I feel like I shouldn't have too strong of an opinion about that, because my warning detectors start going off. Every time I'm about to do some kids these days thing, you know, the sentences from old people that start with kids these days, right? I get a twinge. I'm like, oh, hey, watch out with that old man yells at cloud stuff. Because when you were 16, there were 42-year-old hermits that were talking to you about kids these days, and the cycle goes back all the way to the beginning of time. And I'm like, yeah, that's probably true, but this time I'm right. And I bet they thought they were right too, and maybe they were, because I'm right. And if I'm right, that means those 42-year-olds when I was 16, they were right. And I was some fucking shithead Zoomer who was wrong. But then it means those 42-year-olds, when they were 16, were wrong as well. And so the only correct people ever were the first. Or here and there throughout history, some people are wrong and some people are right. One of those two things. But students just telling ChatGPT to write their entire paper for them and learn absolutely nothing, that's a concern for when they get a job and they have to actually do the thing. Now, we cheated back in the day too, so this is I'm not on some pedestal over here. You know, cramming the night before so that you retain nothing just to get the grade on the test and then instantly forget everything. Like, we did that shit too. There's no high horse here. But I think it is getting worse. It's okay, their jobs are just asking them to use ChatGPT too. Oh, true. Yeah, actually, this is... So in a certain way, you're right, and the kids are more right. Because truly, their job will be asking ChatGPT to do their job for them. And it doing it kind of wrong and kind of shittily, but no one cares. Because it's cheaper, you know? And so just asking ChatGPT to do it for you literally will be their job. No, yeah, hey, maybe the kids are right. That's a good perspective. Yeah. No, I've talked my way through it now. I think the kids are right. It was better on the job training than I was doing. You know, developing Super 8 film in a dark room. You think there's still going to be jobs? Yeah, I do. There's always jobs. They're just different jobs. It's sort of like, you know, someday there won't be truckers. I used to be a trucker for a little while. Someday there will not be truckers, perhaps, right? You can imagine a world with self-driving semi-trucks, self-flying, you know, big drones with shipping containers, you know, whatever the fuck, right? It doesn't mean that, like, take a, you know, how many truckers are in the world right now, you know, let's say 10 million, probably more than that, but just take this number. It's not like 10 million people will be unemployed forever when there are no more truckers. It just means those 10 million people, one generation after trucking is gone, will be doing some other job instead. It's that transitory period that really hurts, because current truckers are told to get fucked, right? And their life is ruined. But aside from that transition period, then everything's whatever. My student brings me their essay, which has been written by AI, and I plug it into my grading AI, and we are free, Zizek. Yeah. You have a close friend who's a teacher. She has a now every semester assignment where she has her kiddos ask ChatGPT the question, and then the assignment is to find out all of what it got wrong. That's clever. Oratoria is, that's clever. So why is this wrong? In what ways are this wrong? Right. Interesting. You still think they're a ways off? Oh, for sure, yeah. I didn't mean to imply that we would be having no truckers pretty soon. There comes a point, and really it's not even about the technology. You know, driving straight through construction zones and active police shootouts and the driving taxis and stuff. No, it's not about any of that. We could have it. We would just do it today, even though the tech isn't quite there yet. But we don't, because there's a natural safety valve, and that is, it's cheaper to pay a person to do it. That's why. As soon as it's no longer cheaper to pay a person to do it, we will implement it basically immediately, whether it's ready or not. And statistically, humans are terrible drivers. So even a shitty self-driving car is statistically way safer than a person, on average, population-wise. Not you, of course. You're a wonderful driver, every single person I'm talking to, and their moms. But you only have to zoom out about 1.5 times, and then you start hitting populations. Not their moms. Your mom is a terrible driver. Perhaps I chose the wrong population to bring up. Nobody's mom is a good driver. I apologize for that sexist remark that applies in my specific case. We love our moms here, and I have a good relationship with mine, but she is a terrible driver. I don't know. Stereotypes got to come from somewhere. You're a great driver. You get a 60% discount on your insurance. You're 30, you had 1 ticket, no accidents in your life. The rest of y'all, mostly trash. Gutter trash. I've been in 2 car accidents in my life. Both of those car accidents, I was stopped at a red light. Not suddenly, mind you. I was just chilling at a red light. Got rear-ended. Both times. Person was going like 35. One of them was in the process of trying to slow down and failing, and the other was just blasting through, as if I were not there, and yet I was. Totaled both of my cars. And I had stopped at a red light that had been red for like half a minute on both of those. But the insurance company's like, yeah, but doesn't really matter. I mean, fault kind of matters, but not really. You're paying more. Both of those times, the person that hit me just had nothing. No money. Wasn't their car. The owner of the car didn't have a license. No insurance. They just kind of got airdropped into my life, totaled my car. Could get nothing from them, and then they left. Oh, pink girl. Ah, there she is. Damn, it's good to be back. Pink girl, Japan. So that's how you afford Warhammer? Nah, yeah. Unfortunately, the end of the story is, I talked to them and they're like, yeah, you were not at fault. You could sue them. You'll never get a dime out of them, and you'll have to pay for your lawyer, probably. Do you want to? I'm like, I guess not. Yeah, eat shit. Jason Bourne was sent to total your car. I mean, at the risk of getting political, not exactly Jason Bourne. Maybe Jesus Bourne, who may or may not have been a citizen. And look, I wasn't going to be able to squeeze anything out of that stone. Jesus El Borno, yeah. I'm not really angry at them. They were more screwed by that happening than I was. If we're talking about a global screwed index, Oh, hey, I'm not here legally. I have fake papers that I bought from the Mexican mafia or whatever. I don't have car insurance. The person who owns the car doesn't have car insurance. I don't have a license. The person who owns the car doesn't have a license. And I just totaled someone else's car, and I'm at 100% fault. Like, the person's probably screwed. Or rather, they were already screwed. but, you know, it got worse. So I guess there's that. It was a shitty thing that happened to me, but I don't hold hate in my heart for them. Insurance companies are rotten, says CJ. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah. That's one of the most milquetoast, I think, well, not milk, that's like, that's one of those, like, I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. Fuck insurance companies. And then literally everyone on the left and the right and the center is like, yeah, fuck them. It's like one of the most apolitical fuck this group statements you could ever make. But no, I'll do the call and response. Fuck them. True. It's like my dad said, when that one CEO got shot by the patsy that they framed for it. What's his name? Luigi Mangliato or something like that. Whenever I want a straight and narrow, slightly detached, somewhat depressive, but underneath it all kind of American response to anything political, I ask my dad, who just celebrated his 75th or 76th birthday or so. And he's like, I fucking hate insurance companies. You don't just shoot some guy. And that was it. Kind of a moral center, you know, of Americana there. But that's it. That was his reaction to Linguini Mamma Mia. He's like, I fucking hate insurance companies and I fucking hate insurance CEOs. But you don't just shoot some guy. We live in America. I'm like, yeah, okay, fair enough, actually. It was the same thing he said about Charlie Kirk. My dad, pretty consistent in his politics. He's like, I didn't like that guy, and I didn't like a lot of what that guy said. But you don't just shoot some guy. I'm like, yeah, hey, all right. I find it hard to argue with. And yet we should get rid of them and make medical care free, and suddenly everyone cares for the poor mail boy at Anthem Medical Group. Dude, that mail boy is just telling ChatGPT to do his job. Fuck him. You can find some line of work to type ChatGPT, do my job, you know, while you watch HeyWoah on your other monitor at work. I don't argue with people John Brown would have shot. You'd be on the right side 90% of the time. There's a commandment about this. Yeah. We're a nation of laws. Except for the super rich. But I'm going to be honest, nobody can keep those people in check. Apparently. That mailbag boy could be a CEO someday, and after he invents hot Cheetos, yeah, he'll invent hot Cheerios, the new baby food for single moms. Delicious. Look, it could be like Ubisoft, okay? Ubisoft is one of the shittiest, sloppiest video game companies ever. And unlike a bunch of other video game companies that are sloppy and shitty nowadays, Ubisoft was never good. They laid off some guys. You know, they lost their job, and then they made Expedition 33 best RPG in years. Maybe we're doing those insurance agents in the mailroom a favor, just like you said. Hot Cheetos are popular. Why don't they make cold Cheetos? Because the sound of Cool Ranch Cheetos, to me, that sounds gross. Okay? And I'm white. And that sounds gross. Cool Ranch Cheetos. Gah. Gah. Ugh. Mouth noises on the mic. Cheeto dust is not the same as Dorito dust. Way more powder, yeah. Winter green Cheetos. Dude, spearmint. Double mint Cheetos, all right? Cool Ranch Cheetos. Say that again. Hate to be a bother, but did you see my earlier question? I didn't. I've been trying to keep up with chat, but I probably missed it. I'll scroll up. Might be hyper generationally specific, but were Cookie Monster PJs wearing the class people being in jail, or 4 kids by different people the strongest correlation? Cookie Monster PJ wearing people, highest percent of female pregnancy, not necessarily jail. But I have a small sample size. Oh, you got the gallery to update properly. Would you be willing to look at your custom set? Oh, yeah. All right, I just scrolled up Elec Man. I'll do that. I was going to do some interior decorating in WoW, and I almost didn't go, even though I'm free tonight, finally, I almost didn't go online because I was embarrassed because I had nothing I had no plan. I'm not one of those streamers that could just go live and do whatever. You know what I mean? But I guess I am. And so I'm like, maybe I'll build a WoW house or something while we yap. But nobody wants to watch me play WoW, not even me. So maybe I'll go over those cards. It's at least tangentially related to Age of Sigmar. That's a good thing.
Sophisticated, relaxing, kind of invigorating. Everybody doesn't appreciate it like we connoisseurs do.
Connoisseurs, though. Arterius thinks a big 5. The grip. Appreciate it. TYVM, huge. You know, if you want the repost the link, just DM it to me. My DMs are open. They always have been. I just don't check them very often. So yeah, do that. Yeah, Discord for sure. I don't know when I'll get to it. When the yapping during the walk, you know, winds down a little bit, we'll bring it up. Just play Hightail. Hightail is the Minecraft copy, right? Or the Minecraft-like, if you will. I mean, Minecraft, I played it a little bit. It's a really good game. I think it's good for children. And if I grew up with like Legos and Erector sets and stuff, okay? I'm like an 80s kid. And had I grown up in 2011 instead, I probably would have been playing Minecraft instead of Legos. It hits the same type of autism, I think. And so I don't know, the spatial stuff, it's probably good for kids. And even adults maybe, if you like cheating at speedruns. Says your message cannot be delivered over Discord. Just try to send a normal message. Any word.
It might be just a naked link gets auto-captured by somebody. Oh, Docking posted it. I see here. Did you verify that link, Frank? If so, hell yeah. The way you describe Minecraft to olds is computer Legos. Yeah, it's computer Legos with a little bit of survival game built in. I'm not sure how different Hytale is, but I'm happy that there's another one. That's good. Is there any way this website that you just sent me a link for can be in dark mode? Or is that impossible? It's fine if it can't, but I'll look through it anyway. All right, I got a little web page open already for it. Yeah, I got flashbanged. Yeah, the gallery site. It's fine if not. I'm just thinking about the vampires in my chat. No big deal. You actually dislike dark mode on most colors? Or rather... Storm Corvid. Hey, appreciate the tier 1 3 months in advance. It was a good time to choose to do the months in advance thing because regular streaming is starting back up as of February. It'd be a shame if you were subscribed and I had a month of work. Thanks for liking my stuff in the future. Appreciate it. You truly dislike dark mode on most things. You have a brightness setting? Yeah, my brightness setting can't turn white into a comfortable color. Like black, though. That's my problem. That's my fucking problem, Jimbo. It wasn't something you built yourself. It was all pre-built infrastructure and you copied to make something your cards. Yeah, no big deal. Don't worry about it. As long as you built the cards, you know. Because I tend to like to talk about the design of stuff, so. This is Stormcrow, your name was taken. No big deal. I think I've seen that name in Discord here and there. Oh, things are serious for the gift to Elecman. Elecman has decided to produce content for the stream tonight, and I'm just going to do it. It's that easy. Across the pond. Ortirius, thanks for the gifter to Manzag Miniatures. Got him sniped. Hell yeah. Is this Walk Japan? For a while, yeah. Just getting settled in. You know, for the first hour or so, while chat is still having questions and topics, and we could just chat about it. Walk in, place, comma, Japan. Once every loop, there's a chick with pink hair, and then we're like, oh, it's Pink Girl. I don't know. It's a thing we got. It's a thing we do. Arterius, thanks for the tier 1, the penny dude. Feeling generous today, Arterius. Thou shalt not suffer ads to be watched. Appreciate it. And Taxi 2 stock. By way of Ortirius. He can't be stopped. He's on a roll. Love to have a good background for some game design work. Oh, I've been doing that too. I'm under NDA. Secret project. But I've been helping with a new game. In the background. That's all you'll get out of me. That's all you get out of me, Kappa. See? But I don't know. Last week I took it kind of seriously. Ashes of Creation, too. Blah, blah, blah. No, I'm afraid not. Actually, perhaps I'm pleased not. I don't know. Living life a quarter mile at a time. Yeah. Oh, we're strolling right now. Tomb King Tristan. Place, Japan. Big talkies. Right after the rain, you get that loamy petrichor smell of wet asphalt and leaves drifting up from the city streets as your footsteps echo, waiting for Pink Girl to show her face. Life from the Loamy. Dude, Life from the Loam? Damn, dude, that would be pretty good in 6. Guided meditation, Pink Girl edition. And have it be one of those, what are they called? Those like affirmation meditations. But they're like sinister. Not sinister, but they're a little psycho. They're just that they don't sound like it. It's not the tone of voice. But they're just a little psycho, you know? You are a man. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Because you're a man. An American. Your dick is big. When people see you, they recognize that you are to be respected and that you are a man. They're so weird. I've heard so many of them. And by that I mean 2. I think Plibbit listened to one once for like 6 months. People care about your opinion because you are generally seen as intelligent. A man. The blueberry sound. Yeah, it's the blueberry noise. You've seen ones where it's AI dubbed Kevin Conroy. Oh, Batman. It's motivational in some way. Yeah, when you're on the treadmill. What a voice on that guy. Holy shit. Kevin Conroy, rest in peace. One of the all-time great voices of all time. Came back from grabbing a drink to the middle of that, and you've never been more thankful it was a bit. Of course it was a bit. That'd be a left turn. Well, maybe a right turn. For the old HeyWoah brand. Taking my right turn grifter arc for alphaaffirmations.net.co.rus or .ru. HeyWoah hard right turn coming in the midterms, yeah. We did call a phone sex line once. I don't think that's a right turn. I think that's a left turn. You know? The left ones are pretty sex worker positive from what I've seen. But then again, they're extremely judgmental in reality, but then they profess kind of the opposite. I don't know. It's hard to tell. We support all workers. Except mailroom insurance company workers. Fuck those guys. It's Batman telling you you don't need porn. You don't need porn. You are porn. You are someone's porn, and you should be proud of that. If someone tells you that, immediately stop talking to that person, but feel good about it anyway. Because you're a man. You'll take a hard stance and say health insurance is not labor. Okay. That was not an affirmation you expected. One of your friends is a trans lefty Ron Swanson. They're an anarchist working a management role in the State Department of Labor. Like, it's a shame you prefaced that with the punchline, because that's a sitcom. It also reminds me of that funny anarcho, what do you do with murderers meme? Well, we just call the anarcho police and send them to anarcho jail. Easy. Just efficient enough not to get fired. The Goldilocks zone. Orc Massage 64. Look, YouTube chat has a charm all of its own. I like both chats. The only reason it's losing out on the Steam database is because it was yet another rug pull game, but also the Patreon launcher. It doesn't count those. The Copium. The Patreon launcher. It doesn't add to Steam statistics. Believe. So I have some real life stories from some real life HeyWoah story time here before we move on into content that was supplied generously by Alec Man and has to do tangentially with AOS. As you know, we're good boys in the Discord. And so we call our moms and help out Gramps because he can't see real good and he can't hear real good. And he's a little unsteady on his feet at this point. He is 97. So that will happen. But his mind is pretty good, which is arguably the most important part, you know. The HeyWoah genetics, as it happens, are pretty good as far as heads of hair and living a really fucking long time. Grandma made it to 93. Gramps is 97. Gramps' mom made it to 101. She was born in 1898, died 2000. Didn't quite, I don't think, make it to the 102 birthday, but... But anyways, I was talking to him, and he's like, hey, well, you look like a caveman or a biker or a trucker hippie or a philosopher from the 1700s? And I'm like, yeah, probably. You know, fair, right? If you took a picture of me and made it in black and white, you could write Erasmus underneath it and type basically any year you wanted from 16 to 1900, and it would make sense, right? And he's like, can I see you cut your hair one time before I die? And I'm like, oh, geez, you're doing the before you die thing with me, huh? All right, I'll get a haircut, but the beard's staying, and so we shook on it. You know, we had a compromise there. So I went and got a haircut. No more luscious locks. I look a lot less like we have Eris at home, you know, now. But it'll grow back. Didn't you have a great aunt who slept with a gun under a pillow and into her 80s? Yes. Yeah. I don't believe she did that in her 90s still, but it was pretty close. It was like 88, 89, something like that. The funniest part about that is she was living alone in her own house, widower. And she would still roll up her little sleeves in Springfield, Illinois, and mow her lawn with a lawnmower, the old type of lawnmower that's just like a tube with the rotating blades on it and the two wheels, and that's it. And she just pushed that little thing around. And the funny part is the gun was comically huge that she had in her bedroom. It was a fucking snub-nose 45. Dirty, hairy shit. Like, if she shot that, it would fly out of both of her hands and bounce off the wall behind her. There was no way she was hitting anything with that. But, you know, it did have an effect if it were pointed at you. And now it's kind of a keepsake. It's sort of a family heirloom because the story is so funny about it. I think it's in my dad's basement at his house. And now it's just kind of a funny family heirloom because of the Aunt Ani story. It's huge. I don't know. I don't believe that she bought it. Because I don't know that a gun store clerk would be like, oh yeah, she can handle it, you know? It might have been her husband's. But I don't like to think about it. Well, then again, it was in like, you know, the 70s or whatever, so maybe they just did. Oh, here you go, Toots. Here you go. That broad wanted a big gun. Here you go. Thanks for your business. Good old Smith & Wesson 38. Yeah, I mean, you don't actually want a huge caliber, right? Unless you want to redecorate your fucking room. Then again, you might have to anyway, but still. Yeah, who am I to tell a confident city lady, you know, what she want? The McBain cannon. So I've been venturing into the outdoor world. The outside. And I'm finding it frustrating. I'm going to be honest, as a hermit. American culture is fascinating, respectfully. I mean, it is, yeah. There's some good stuff, there's some bad stuff. Some stuff that we did on purpose and some stuff that was just dumb luck. You know, we ended up on top right now, but It is kind of fascinating. We are a culture closer to Australia than Britain, you know, in a certain respect. I mean, America has their own Australia. Like, we have an Australia. It's called Florida. Place is big. We got all sorts of types. And people from other countries, I just tell them, pretend every state is a miniature country. Because that's closer to being true than not true, in a lot of respects. And then any singular country is about the size of your country, whoever you are. You know, and then there you go. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the outdoor world, the outside world. I'm going to move. I've decided I'm moving from this apartment that I'm in. And it's because like 6 years ago or whatever, when I moved into this place, it was $550 a month, right? $550 a month. And I like to live in a place that's really cheap, and then I'm frugal with my spending and saving. You know, I invest, got a Roth IRA, got some CDs. I don't really use credit except for the 10% bonus thing on gas and groceries, you know. I keep a year's salary in a CD, plus everything else as a just in case, you know. If something is too expensive, I don't buy it. I don't take out loans. I got everything paid off. And that's just how I live. You know. But anyway, so I moved into this place 6 or 7 years ago. Can't quite remember. Because it doesn't matter. Maybe even more. It was $550 a month, right? Guess how much it is a month now? $1K is pretty close. $1,100. $1,100. My rent has doubled in a little over half a decade. Same place. Fuck is that? So if I'm paying this, I might as well get something out of it, you know, like, I don't know, a garage maybe, or in-room laundry instead of fucking quarters and stuff. A part of town that already has fiber internet to get hooked in, right? Total landlordoid suffering. Yeah, well, that's probably why. The previous owner wanted to keep prices down, but then he had to sell the place because he went bankrupt. And then somebody else bought it and raised all the prices so that the business itself would be above water. But they still couldn't hack it, and then they sold it to a third person who's now raised rent enough so that they can actually turn a profit on the place. And hey, you know, you got to do what you got to do, but peace out. Fuck off. So I've been shopping around for a new apartment. And you know, you look at websites, right? Apartments.com, Zillow, whatever the fuck, you know. And they always have, you scroll down and it says the managing company for the apartment. And you can scroll down and you see people have left comments, sort of like a Yelp review of the management of some building or group of buildings. And I was prepared to see only negative reviews. Not necessarily because the class of landlords are just all bad or something like that, but it's just because I bought a microwave one time. A few years ago. I'm like, I'm going to get a microwave. I should have one of those, right? And so I went to go buy a microwave. And I looked up reviews of the different microwaves I was comparing between. And the reviews for microwaves are all negative. But that's actually no surprise. I'm reminded of the plane with all the red dots in it. It's like no one leaves a review for their microwave they bought unless that thing lit on fire. Like robots, people who are paid to, and like those are the people who give good reviews for microwaves because they don't exist. They're not real. They're either paid for or bots, which are paid for, you know? The only people willing to actually go and review a microwave are people who, you know, the shit blew up and lit their dog on fire or whatever. Because who buys a microwave and they're like, you know, God damn, I love this thing, honey. You know, open up Internet Explorer. I'm going to give them a 5-star. No, nobody does that. For such a thing as a microwave. So you look and there's only bad reviews. Well, in my opinion, that's probably the same thing for landlords and managing companies and stuff for apartment buildings. Like, you're never leaving an actual review if you just never talk to your landlord. You pay your rent every month, nothing ever happens, and then you leave, right? Like, that's, in general, that's it. You only leave a review if it's shit for some reason. And it doesn't even necessarily mean the microwave is shit. You just might have had a bad experience with it. Or you were the unlucky one in a million. Or you were doing something fucking stupid. Like you put some metal in there or something. You realize people review sex toys? Yeah, that's probably true. And you know what? I think that's a different category. Because no matter how happy you are with your microwave, you're not happy enough to go to the Sears website and be like, this shit rocks. You know, I just threw a big bowl of flamin' hot Cheerios in there. I got my Cool Ranch Cheetos. Get them all warmed up just like Mom used to make with the grill marks on them. 5 stars. But with sex toys, perhaps they did have a good enough experience to want to go onto the website and do that. I think it's a different category. Although, the potential bad experiences you have in that way, those might be some interesting Yelp reviews to read. Only genuine reviews we've ever left are for bars. One of them was about the urinals and the design resulted in maximum ricochet. Like they were doing that shit on purpose. Arzulian's boy, congratulations for winning your chess tournament. Hell yeah, brother. Big brain. Yeah, the 50-gallon drum lube reviews. Always good for a smile. Or the gummy bears ones. Yeah. You were memeing on the sex. Oh, yeah, the thing with the... Yeah, okay. I know. I gotcha. I thought you were being earnest. Apologies. I was trying to be supportive. But actually, it was just a good joke. Have a sub from Arterius. Yeah, the sugar-free gummy bears. For you, it's Chinese places that are 2-star because that implies the service is shit, but they're confident about the food. Yeah, I don't know. When I lived in downtown, well, not downtown. When I lived in literally the bad part of Chicago, okay? Everybody's like, look at all these Chicago statistics and they sound insane. It's really only the bad part of Chicago. But that's also where I lived at the time. You know, beggars can't be choosers, right? At that stage in my life. But I was kind of close, sorta, to Chinatown. And much like your 2-star review where you're like, I want to go to a place with shitty service because at least the food's probably good, you know, I went by the white rule. I'd walk past the place. If there are no white people inside, it meant it was authentic and that I wanted to be in there. Because I actually like authentic food. It's fine, you know about all that. You live in Detroit. Hell yeah. Any Chinese place, you can rate them immediately. Is there a child working? Food's probably pretty good. Child labor laws being broken in open sight? Probably good food. Anyway, there are some specific questions. From what you just said, not trying to be intrusive, but find a bank that'll do manual underwriting. It skips the credit score scam shit. And get into a home you're owning in Kansas at 3/4 of my rent. You are in the middle of nowhere, which is of course relevant. But actually, I'm a hermit. I don't go outside. So in a certain respect, I don't give a fuck where exactly I happen to be. I just want fiber internet. That's it. Fiber internet, a decent grocery store, and I'm set. I don't need a nightlife. All right, I'm not exactly going to the club over here. $750 for $61 a month. God damn. Anyway, I've never really taken out a loan before, so I don't know the first thing about it, but I guess I'll look into it. My credit score is actually pretty good, turns out. Because I got a credit card early for the 10% thing, and then I just set it to auto pay full amount every single month, so I don't have to worry about it, and I've been doing that for 25 years. And so my credit score is actually really good for someone who doesn't take out loans ever. But I only ever just buy stuff that I can afford. Topeka is a shithole, it must be said, but congratulations on the ownership. Damn, dude. Hey, he said he's 35 minutes away from Topeka, so maybe he's safe. Hate to be a bother, but do you mind if we get to the review? I was just thinking about it, yeah. Oh, you got work tomorrow and stuff. Yeah, I would like you to see it. So maybe we'll hop on over, even though the chat's kind of going here. VJ Vidya. Hey, big fella, it's been a while. I know you typed this a long time ago. You might not be around, but I'm answering anyway. What crazy year we started with? How are you? I'm all right. Wanted to ask if your all faction AOS vid is still valid for the new edition. Certainly not the rules, or like whether the armies are good or not. It doesn't have that kind of longevity to it. But the artistic inspiration for kind of what the themes are for the armies and the look and feel, yeah. But, you know, it's been an edition and a half. All sorts of stuff changed. Armies that aren't good are good now. Armies that used to be good are bad. Really cool rules that any army had are mostly gone for the most part because this is a real streamlined edition, which cares about balance a lot and has forgotten what it means to have fun. I wanted to do another AOS every army thing because I've done it every edition. It's just 4th sucks so much I don't have it in me. Maybe I still will, but it's a struggle. Look, every game has low points, and then you get some edition that just, it's so good it brings everyone back. That's 5th for sure. Yeah, that's true. A lot of armies have brand new units, and a lot of armies are gone inexplicably. Ortirius, thanks for the sub to Blood Ape. Appreciate it. Yeah, Big Oosh. He's here. Rule stuff made you sad. Should you wait for 5th or go play 3rd? I mean, kind of depends. I don't think you should go back in time and try to play 3rd with people. I don't think there's a big population of people doing that anyway. You know, work on your hobby, get part of your community. It's not like 5th is so bad. I just find it a little boring, and I like it a lot more when list building is really interesting. I guess like Magic, you know. But that's like personal stuff. You still go to Adepticon and play in an event to get 5 games in, take pictures of people's armies. You know, it's about that too, right? I don't know if you're into the game already or thinking about jumping in. My advice varies depending on that, but I'm not all dooming. We're not doom maxing over here. We're just in the everything has to be as streamlined as possible, and the game has to be as balanced as possible era. That's the era we're in, which is weird because the game, when it first came out, was Marvel versus Capcom. It was the crazy one that let you do crazy combos. And so we kind of got reined in my opinion, a little too much. Do you think Sea Sigmar will get new non-human units, or will it become completely human faction? I have a concern that it might just be a human faction. That the people at GW just disagree with me and a few other people that liked the idea of, for once, for one goddamn fucking time in a fantasy game, the elves and dwarves don't hate each other because you just copied Lord of the Rings, you know? It would have been cool to have the melting pot. The sort of anti-fash kind of thing where it's like, our enemies, chaos, the chaos gods, the shadow realm, you know, they are so powerful, and they won and took over the whole world, and they're so strong that the only way we can survive is by actually working together and using the best parts of dwarves and combining it with the best parts of elves and getting something better than the sum of their parts. I thought that was a kind of refreshing lore. Sort of a counter. It's sort of like if a movie came out nowadays and the bad guy isn't like, oh, he's misunderstood and this thing happened and so now blah, 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 blah. No, he's just a fucking bad guy. He loves being a bad guy. Fuck you. Like, it would be refreshing in that sort of way, you know? But so far, just humans, and I don't know if they'll make a left turn or not. Probably not. But we'll see. I'm just guessing. It just looks at income and ability to pay, skips the credit score stuff, 780 min, 2,500 square foot house, almost an acre. Huh. I just have to find a wizard tower, that's all. I gotta find some wizard tower that's a cylinder, you know? 3 stories maybe, 2. Or a really wide, dude, a really wide, short wizard tower with 1 story. No windows. The dream. It's imperative the cylinder remains unharmed. Yeah, that one guy, dude, he's going to carry that weight. Right now in your town, there's a 2-story house with a spire and parapets. 192K is more than I can afford, that's for sure. Dude, I work long distance on video editing. I can't afford that. Well, maybe that's what loans are for. I don't know. I got to look into this stuff. It's kind of sick, though. Is that magic guy still around? Elect, there you go. Game screen turn on. Different music. Nintendo 64 Jungle Mix 01 drum and bass liquid funk, neuro funk, dark side, etc. That's what we're getting in the background here. One of your favorite moments in the old AOS book, the only AOS book you have read, was when some Dark Oath could not break a dwarf phalanx with human pike support. Such a cool moment where Chaos just hard lost. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, without sounding like Reggie White here, you know, the dwarves are good at their thing, and the elves are good at their thing, and the humans are good at their thing. And so you got a dwarven shield wall, and you got human tactics and industry for the pikes or whatever, and then you got like elven flankers with archers, and then, you know, the sum of our parts, we beat back the darkness or whatever. I think that's a cool idea. You may need to scroll down so you can start with commons and uncommons because it puts rares and mythics at the top. Okay, you got to tell me this though. Is this a commander set? Is this a standard set? You have commons and uncommons, so are we making a real set? Let me know through the lens which I need to judge this. In other words. Yeah, custom MTG AOS made by Elecman. Remember a few years ago I made 30 commanders. I just made a bunch of commanders for a AOS set at the time. And I put a decent amount of work into those things. I thought they were kind of fun. Fun to do. And I do have some experience with Magic the Gathering. How's the zoom look? It goes on the side the chat isn't. So it's actually works out pretty nicely for the stream. You inspired me to undertake this, at least tangentially. Cool. Power level is standard. This is meant to playable in limited and commander. That is a weird dichotomy. Limited and commander. The two opposite ends of the spectrum of power level and design for a set. Because if you want commander cards, you have absurd legends and a big multicolor theme. And not much use for 99% of limited cards at all. You have so many, like, here's your white removal card for 3. Here's your 2/3 flyer that does something in blue, right? Commons. You're caring about rarity for stuff. But then it also has to be commander. That's wild. I think that's impossible. You did something that Wizards of the Coast can't do. So what it's gonna end up being is I'm gonna look into the future, and predict that this is gonna be a pretty well thought out limited set that you look to the mythic rares for commanders for. And every once in a while, whenever anyone opens a mythic rare commander, it might like ruin the pod. Or be uncastable because it has too many colors. Some of these are functional reprints of existing cards. You're not expecting every card to be considered commander playable. Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't be, right? Just that you can play them in your commander deck and they won't break the format. Okay. So Fate Reforged drafts. All right. Yeah, okay, we have a million crazy legends. So a million crazy gold legends. And then a limited set. Can you repeat that? Something about rarity? Yeah, so when you're making a limited set, and we'll get to it because Electman has, you got to care a lot about rarity. And in every other part of Magic the Gathering, rarity essentially doesn't matter at all. But in limited, it's very important. In this color, do you have a good removal spell at common? Do you have a, what's the go-to flyer? How many of these can you expect to be able to draft? What are your draft strategies for this color combo or that color combo? What are the quote-unquote intentional... I don't want to say intentional metagame, but like, look, blue-white Kithkin is an archetype in this particularly limited set. And the reason is because you have such and such Kithkins at common in both of those colors, and then you have an uncommon that buffs both of them, and so on and so forth, right? And so you really care about rarity when you're designing limited. And in every other type of Magic, I mean, it probably affects the cost of the card, but you just, it just doesn't matter. You play whatever you want because you can buy the cards. And the only difference is what color the set symbol happens to be in your dump truck deck, Fate was just, did you open Bomb Heel Cutter? No, GG. Dude, Heel Cutter was a hell of a drug. Anyway, I'm scrolling down quickly. Yeah, Ankle Shanker. He was a, 2/2 for 5 with when he attacks, your opponent loses the game, something like that. As with every limited draft set, I scroll down and I look at the lands first. That's how I do it. Cool art. We got Terramorphic Expanse at common. Okay, we got the Tri-lands from Alara at uncommon. 2 or more other lands with different basic land types. And then pay 1 life, add any. Got it. And then we got the gain life, enters tapped ones at common. But suffused with, it's not just like half of it, it's actually the full 5 color. So a lot of times in draft sets, you only get about half of them because you're designing for each of these specific 2 color combos sometimes, but we got all 5, which is probably a necessity. You probably kind of have to do that with so many golden legends in the set to be able to even cast them. But it does mean the themes might be bleeding a little bit. I'm not saying it's a 5th Dawn or Conflux. Was it Conflux? What was the one where you just drafted cards and you tried to make the land work by just taking the best thing and ignoring color? And then tapped unless island or forest, plains or swamp. Cool, so this is similar to stuff like Mistrise Village, except we got Gothazar with pay 4 Surveil 2. Next spell you cast this turn has Convoke. This one's a little awkward because Convoke is a cost reducer, and you're tapping 3 of your lands to even turn it on in the first place. So really, how many tokens are you expecting to have out? I wonder. That's a question mark there. So our control deck is supposed to be Dimir in the set. Island or forest. Oh, okay. Sorry. Sorry. I didn't even notice it until now. I apologize. It's not Mysterized Village. They're 3-color. Plain, Swamp, and Island for this. So it's not the 2-color ones. We're going to a 3-color thing. All right. So we got Esper is the control. Island, Forest. Bant is the Bant is tokens. As far as the overarching set. Island, Mountain. Okay, so our creature you control connives. So we got a fairies thing going on. We got a fairy thing going on for Grixis. Fairy tempo, maybe. For the Grixis color combination. Swamp, Forest, Mountain. Creature control gets XO, where X is its mana value. So we care about mana value. We don't care about power. Activate only as a sorcery. Boo. Fun detected. Strike this sentence from the record. Let people do their combat tricks. Let them do it. Let them do it to block with. Then again, the reason you would write as a sorcery here, in my opinion, is you want this to be pure aggro. You don't want it to be defensively good to end up blocking and then killing something. And so my guess is that your Jund is like pure assault Jund and not good stuff Jund, as far as the color combination. And then finally we got Hammer Hall. Mountain Plains green, so we got Naya. Add green. The mana is spent to activate the ability of a creature you control that isn't a mana ability, copy it. Okay, so we got creature activated ability stuff. Slash maybe ramp, because you're going to be paying a lot of mana probably to do that, unless it's a tap theme. Oh, this is kind of funky. Kind of into this in the background. Alright, so colors are pretty easy to get, but it's slow. We have a little bit of a, perhaps, a little bit of a slower format with a lot of just choose the best cards and make the mana work with your commons. We have 2 cycles, right? Terramorphic Expanse at common, the full 10 at common, and then Tri-lands at uncommon. So we got some fixins here. These are at rare, so you probably won't see them. Not the most impactful rare lands. I'm looking at this set as like a very limited set, and then I'll point out Commander stuff that would be cool in Commander, you know? Gothazar is maybe the most Commander playable of these lands, I think. Surveil 2 in these colors. Probably the most doable. Great Gut Fort, maybe, but it doesn't give trample and it's sorcery, so no. As far as Commander is concerned. Alright, and now I'm looking at the artifacts to see... And it looks like... Okay. It looks like you have Restraint. I look at a lot of... That's a lie. I don't look at a lot of people's custom limited sets. But my guess is that they tend to write too many artifacts. And you don't need a lot of artifacts. In fact, it's sort of like the more colors are in your set, the less artifacts you need in this set. Because those things kind of do the same job in a certain respect. Where artifacts necessarily are used by everyone, and so they kind of bleed the color pie a little bit, but you don't need to bleed the color pie when you have 1 million gold cards and 1 million gold lands, right? So keeping the artifacts lean is probably the right way to go. You have trouble coming up with colorless cards for this? I think that's structural. I think the reason is you're a legend set, you're a gold set. And gold lets all the colors do everything they could possibly want, and so you don't need to lean on artifacts to bleed the color pie that much, is how I would think of it. You know, very few times have Wizards even done that. They kind of did it with Fifth Dawn a little bit, with Sunburst and stuff, but... Anyway, Fragile Piece. Exile target battle. I'm kind of sad that you included battle because I feel like it's such a superfluous card type. It is flavorful, I guess, because it's Age of Sigmar, it's a war game, and so you want to surface level include battles, and then you can, you know, I'm seeing, you can go and be like, oh, here's a battle called the Realm Gate Wars, here's a battle called Soulbound, you know, something like that. But you could do those as sagas, actually. So, I think they would actually work better as sagas. I just think the battle card type... This isn't on you, really, because a battle is thematic for Age of Sigmar. I just think Wizards made the battle card type, and they fucked up because it's a bad card type. It's a bad type of card. Anyway, basic land cycling for 2. Damn, we're really uncommon, at least. Alright, so we're really fixing our colors. And then the Malleus Coin. Enters tapped, sack it, add 1 mana of any color. Oh, we got okay. A new... We have a fixed Lotus Petal. Okay, totally fair Lotus Petal. Pay 3, sack it, search your library for a land, reveal it, put in your hand. Oh, another world map. Okay. So there's Expedition Map, which is the best one. And then arguably Silver and Scrying, even though it's not an artifact, is probably the second best one. And then World Map is 1 and 3 to get any land, which is a total of 4. And then there's Coin Malleus. This might see some play in Commander, I think. World Map is just a touch not good enough, I think, for Commander, but sometimes people will use it if they're not in green. And so if they were considering using it, they might consider Coin Malleus. I don't know why I can't say this fucking word. Coin, not corn. What? But Coin Malleus entering tapped is actually a huge disadvantage. Because late game, you can draw World Map and just pay 4 and get your Urborg with it. But Coin, you gotta wait a turn no matter what. And that really hurts with this card. Imagine a world where you aren't playing green. I mean, it's hard for me to imagine, but some people stubbornly do it, and by gum, good for them. It's also neat because Coin Malleus, you kind of want this in non-green Field of the Dead or Urborg kind of decks, and you kind of want it in what's the way? It's not Cheerios. That's what the tiny creatures. Eggs. You kind of want it in Eggs Commander. Just using it as turn 1 as like half of a Soul Ring. Turn 1, you know? And then if you draw it late game, it kind of sucks, but whatever. You don't like it being able to cantrip or soft ritual in a Cheerios deck. You didn't even consider the Lotus Petal comparison because you generally don't like the fast mana that doesn't require setup. Here's my fix for this, Elect Man. Instead of the coin entering tapped, the coin enters untapped, so you can use it immediately if you want to find a land. But you can still get the mana out of it by tapping it, sacrificing it, and making a tapped treasure token. And now you don't help Cheerios, but you do give fair decks maybe half of a Soul Ring once, or like a fixed Lotus Petal, if they get it early. So maybe something like that. And then we got the 3-color that lines up with our 3-color lands, which lines up with our 3-color lands for activated artifacts here. Kind of like a Chromatic Star, but a bigger second ability. Yeah, except it doesn't do the thing you want it to do if you're into an egg style deck. Lumineth Sanctuary. When this artifact enters, search your library for a basic forest, plains, or island. Reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle for 2. I think that's fine. Yeah. Other effects do this sort of thing. It puts it in your hand. You get to tutor for your Triome with it. You get to tutor for your dual lands with it. So that's actually pretty strong. They're at uncommon. You could actually draft Lumineth Sanctuary and then go grab... Oh, no, you can't. These aren't the Triomes. These are the other ones. Never mind. Oh, it's a basic forest, plains, or island. Pardon me. I looked at that you listed the card types. And I thought it would be anything. No. Okay. And then they all have a whole lot. Tap, sack, create a 5/5 elemental. Spirit. With vigilance. Okay. So we're getting an idea of the creature types we'll be playing with in the colors. If it's tribal. Ogre Gluthold. Hell yeah, dude. My boys. 4-tap sack. Create a 3/3 Black Ogre Mercenary. Oh, I was expecting Menace. Didn't see it. That's okay. 4 for a 3/3. 2/2 Black Skeleton Knight creature tokens. And 3/1/1 red human soldiers. Island Forest. I mean, everything doesn't have to exactly match up, but I was expecting Bant. I was expecting the Bant one to give multiple guys, because that helps convoke for this over here. But it is the Naya one that gives multiple guys, which is for activated abilities. This isn't wrong, it's just that that's what I was expecting, based on context. Are there 0/1 Noblar tokens? We'll see if there's any, like, Noblar of Carekeep, Crimson Noblar, you know, anything like that. Crookshank Noblars. And now we get to a million legends. And then after that, we get to the actual set. I don't know how much time you have. I might do the legends from AOS because that's cool. Or if you prefer, we could do the limited side and I could talk like magic, like game design shop talk the whole time. I don't know what people are more interested in. I see we got Lyrior Ooh the Rail. What a dashing gentleman that always looks like. Look at this dude. Gorlock Black Powder. Shoot him. Duke blast him. How many rares do we have? We have a lot of rares. 35 rares in this set. So when I said a lot of rares, never mind. This is a normal amount of rares. Start with the uncommons and commons, specifically because they lay the groundwork for mechanics you'll see in the mythics. Sure, yeah, we want to set the scene for them. So we got, yeah, Bant Convoke. Target creature 2/2 gains flying. Little combat trick there. Push damage through. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 2. If the total mana value among cards in your graveyard is greater than or equal to 13, comma, counter that spell unless its controller pays 4 instead. I think we could probably keyword that. I don't know how often you're using, and you're probably dancing around it. You know, there's probably a lot of 13 references in Skaven stuff, and they're not all mechanically similar, as in the total amount of value among cards in your graveyard. If it is, I might keyword that. You know, like call it rat maxing, and if you're rat maxing, it means you have total amount of value among cards in your graveyard 13 or higher. It's sort of like a different threshold, you know, threshold 13, if you will, something like that. But yeah, this reminds me of something along the lines of a rune snag, except a lot worse. You are not going to hit that 13 in a lot of games. 13's a lot. Oh, okay. The ability word is Ruination, and then Ruination explains in what way that thing matters. Got it. Weeping Blade. Death Touch during your turn. The way to write this is, as long as it is your turn, equipped creature has Death Touch, is the functional rules way to technically write that. When equipped creature deals combat damage to a battle, you may sacrifice this equipment. If you do, reduce the number of defense counters on that battle to 0. Okay. So we're going to get battles in black then, because you put battles on their side and then you kill them. I didn't play Limited when they came out with battles, so I wasn't familiar with the play experience of Limited and having battles. I don't know if that's... In my head, it feels like it's totally not worth it to play around, but it might be different when the rubber hits the road. Battles are in every color, okay. Is that what battle counters are called? I didn't play when battles came out, and there's only one playable battle in the whole game anyway, so I never learned. It might be. It may very well be. Also, after this set, there might be playable battles in it. Our creature control gets 2/2 until end of turn. Giant strength. 2 damage to any target. Yo, this is good. At common? It depends on how important dealing 2 damage is. How many creatures are X2s? But Zeal of Akshi. This is a good spell. 2 mana instant splashable at common. 2/2 pump or 2 damage any target, not even just creature. Thing's good. But I guess, you know, we'll see how much of the set I look through and see 2 for toughness on stuff. I'm seeing 3s and 6s here, but there's some 2s. Anyway, Zeal of Akshi is one to think about. I like the modes on it. Dark creature gets 3/3, untap it. Nice. Yeah. Okay. Sort of a... What is it called? Energize? Vitalize? Something like that. Plus giant growth. This feels like a Selesnya card, but it's well within green's purview to untap stuff as well. Venari Orlan Sentinel. Oh, Cutie detected. Squad Reach. Oh, Squad is back. Dude, I actually like Squad. I like the Squad mechanic. I'm pleased to bring Squad back. It's one of the better... It's kind of up there with Multi-Kicker in, like, good early game, but at least something late game. Whenever it becomes tapped, scry 2, so we're synergizing a little bit with Convoke here, and not just attacking. Has reach, so it can block a flyer 1 time. So if the flyers in the set are like 3 1s or 3 2s, then this guy at common really shits on some like blue weenie, white weenie flyer strats. Because this at common is going to be kind of all over the place. And you can make a whole bunch of them late game for when... Yeah, okay, this is... If we're trying to fly over with blue like we often do in limited, then green is pretty good against that if they want to be at common. Thundertusk Beast Riders. Let's fucking go. The boys. 4-6 for 6. With Monstrosity, sure. Monstrosity feels like more of a Flesh Eater Quartz ability. Just on theme. But if you twist Monstrosity just a little bit to be like, you know, they're like maybe a berserk thing, or they just ate kind of thing, or they're hungry, or just they get big now because they're mad, something like that. Whenever this creature attacks, if it's monstrous, it deals 1 damage to each creature in battle defending player controls. Oh, cool. A little, what is it called? Oh, what's that dragon that does that, but only for flyers? Sort of a ground version of that. I mean, this is a lot of mana to pump in to a guy. Make him a 6/8, but then he's a 6/8. That's fucking big for a common. Yeah, Thunderball Hellkite, I think, is the one. Storm Vermin have Squad. Of course you would have Squad for Skaven, because you make 1 million of them. That makes sense. This creature has 1/1 and Menace if you have Threshold 13. Okay, so we are doing that over here. I was like, you should probably keyword this, and you're like, that's what Ruination is, and I'm like, okay. So we've already established we're doing that. 2/2 for 2 is pretty on point for black here. 1/1 Menace late game, and you can squat it up. This Storm Vermin's good. I think possibly the best card I've seen for limited so far is Storm Vermin. Hat Tip, Venari, Orland Sentinels, depending on what flyers are doing in this set, and Zeal of Akshi, depending on how many 2 toughnesses we have, because this is a good limited mode here, depending. But this guy is good on curve, and he's good late game. Swing with 4 rats that all have Menace. Kind of nice. Not quite a pack rat. I'm just talking commons here. Yeah, Storm Breath Dragon. Thanks, Frank. That's it. Venari Dong Rider. 3/3/4. Squad him up. That's an expensive squad. 8 mana for 2/3/3 Vigilance. When it enters, return up to 1 target creature with mana value 2 or less to its owner's hand. You can also target your own stuff. You pick up your Storm Vermin for next turn and then lay them down. Wow. Venari Orlan Warden. Squad Vigilance. Just straight up dudes with 3 toughness. Okay, Stonks of Zeal of Akshi are dropping here. Rib Crackler. Target creature you control deals damage to its power. Target creature you don't control. Creature you control has trample, excess damage. Okay. I think this is 1 cheaper than... What is it called? It's not Dragon. It's either Dragon Punch. It's not Bear Punch. Anyway, there's a card that does this for 2. I'm pretty sure. So this one's better, worse. It's worse because it's sorcery. It's better because it doesn't cost 2. And importantly, it's not fight. If it was fight, it would be way worse. Instead, it just deals damage. And so whenever you're making a fight deck, yeah, Epic Confrontation, where he's punching the dragon in the face. Yeah, that one. Whenever you're making fight stuff, as a player, you're always looking to see if it's not fight, because you don't want fight, because then you could lose the fight. You want to deal the damage and have it just be like a lightning bolt with more steps. Ram through, yeah. 1 mana cheaper in sorcery instead of instant. I think that's fair enough. I would play with Rib Cracker in certain commander decks. I think there's room for another 1 or 2 good fight cards. And by good fight cards, I mean cards that cost 1 or 2 or are instant that have the good version of fight instead of the bad version of fight, and the bad version of fight is fight. The Splatter Cleaver, the fan favorite from the Ogre book. 1-0 Menace, 2-2. All this seems pretty, seems on curve. Whenever equipped creature becomes blocked, if you control a battle, create a food token. Funny. Just pure flavor here, you know? Pun intended. Oh yeah, they call it bite. Fight is arena, and bite is whatever you want to call it. Fling, but you don't sack the creature, whatever that is. 1-0 Menace is pretty good for an artifact like this. Death Touch, 2-1, squad them up. Cheap squad, too. Tap 6 mana, get 3/2/1s. That probably won't have Death Touch, but they could. Okay, so in black, we can curve... In black, we can do like a real low-to-the-ground kind of aggro thing, if we want. Unbind. 1 less cast to control a cleric or wizard. Counter target non-creature, non-battle spell. So, this is sort of like... what's that one where if you control a wizard, it costs counterspell mana, but it's any... This one is non-creature, non-battle. We've expanded it from just wizards to clerics or wizards. This one probably won't see play in Commander at all. And I don't know if it'll see much play in this set. We're pretty creature heavy in this set. Your big bombs are golden gods after all. Yeah, it's called Unbind because of AOS, yep. Yeah, this is the worst cancel I've ever seen. That's not true. That's not true. But, alright, a tool for every job. Artifact, enchantment, or exile up to 1 target card from graveyard and draw a card. Ooh, a tool for every job? You love to see it. Good card here. At common as well. Literally disenchant with an upside. And it has draw a card printed on it. A tool for every job is deceptively excellent, this card. This is very good. It's extra good because in Commander, since you have to choose the modes beforehand, if it said artifact or enchantment, it would be worse because of deflecting SWAT. Like you're choosing artifacts so they can only redirect to another artifact, right? Plus exiling a card at instant speed, drawing a card. It's up to 1 target card, so you don't even need any graveyards at all to still draw a card to replace itself. The draw is only on the 3rd mode. Yeah, I'm aware of that, yeah. Yeah. I just mean it's strictly better than disenchant because the modes are separated, so it can't be redirected as easily, and it has a 3rd free mode on top of it with draw a card printed on it. And graveyards could be empty and you still get to draw the card because it's up to 1 target card. Tool for every job, really good card. Might see play in Commander or certain other formats sometimes. This is a good one. In a vacuum, the strongest card I've seen so far. Ignoring limited. Realm Scribe's Mark. Convoke enchant land. Enchant land is tapped for mana. You may untap target tapped permanent you control. This ability triggers only once per turn. I was about to say, I'm normally not a fan for triggering once a turn or sorcery or whatever, but this thing is like Mr. Infinite with everything unless you print that sentence, so I see why you did. And you had to make sure tapped for mana, right? Not tapped, because otherwise you could tap a land that has an activated ability that does something, you know, yeah. Any squirrel nest enjoyers, right? Something like that. I think Realm Scribe's Mark should have flash. Because I think it's harmless to give it flash. And it would be cool as the ultimate untapper to block with little combat trick thing. But then again, every time I see a Convoke card, I always want to give it flash or instant just to promote combat tricks. Because I think we're kind of moving away from combat tricks in Magic. And I'm old, and so I don't like that. Yeah, pay 1, target creature gets vigilance. And you don't even pay 1. You actually just get 1. You're not you do have to tap a land, but you don't even have to pay that mana. Very interesting card. Interesting card here. I think it's a little too complicated for common. If we were at Wizards of the Coast making cards, Convoke, whenever it's tapped for mana, you untap something. That's a little too complicated for common, I think. Just based on the mechanics it's asking you to do, I feel that it would be uncommon. But that's not like a real critique, you know. Scryer Ingenuity. Additional cost to cast, sack an artifact, or discard a card, draw 2. Okay. One of the 7 million discard a card, draw. Sometimes you can sack an artifact. Oh, I was gonna say like this guy, but it's not a chromatic star exactly. So never mind. It's a little weird to have Scryer Ingenuity in here when you have so few artifacts, but maybe there are more artifacts that are colored and maybe there's tokens or something. Yeah, Demand Answers is one of them. Ravenous Fortitude. I'm liking this ogre stuff in here. On a turn, target creature 2/0. When this creature dies, turn the battlefield tapped on its own to control and create a food token. Okay, so it's one of those not dead after alls. Or whatever the backside of that one land is that everybody plays. I'm going to turn into Bernie Sanders here for a moment. I am once again asking anyone to have the balls to print one of these fucking things and have the creature not enter tapped. Okay? Be a man. Every one of them is, oh, the creature has to come out tapped. Can't be blocking with it. No fun allowed. Fuck off. Let it come out untapped. I thought this was America. Anyway, Wizards doesn't do it either, so, you know. I think there might only be one of them or so. There's almost no effects that are instants do this. They all put it out tapped or have some shit downside with it. Undying Evil, does that... Oh, let me look. Oh, yeah, because it gains Undying. Yeah. Yep, true. I was thinking about the ones with the full text box, not the Undying keyword. You're right. There is one. You are correct. Anyway, we're making food tokens. Those are technically artifacts. You can go red-black. Make a food token, sack it to draw 2 cards. I see the vision here. Too quick to hit. We got a Skaven thing. Target you control connives and gains hexproof. Neat, okay. So instead of hexproof and indestructible like you see on white and green, we get just hexproof, which you do often see in blue, and you never see indestructible on the blue ones. You almost always see hexproof or phase out. But then it feels a little empty, and so you got to do something else, and it connives. That's all right. Sunmetal weapons. On 6s, you do a mortal wound. Later change to be worse, later change to be worse, and then later change to be worse. Creature gets 1/1. First strike during your turn. Again, this is just a formatting thing, but the text should be, as long as it is your turn, this creature has first strike. The creature has battle cry if you control a battle. And again, as long as you control a battle, this creature has battle cry. And equip for 2. I don't like the during your turn stuff. It means you're also not very defensive. You were copying the text formatting from Scryfall. They might have changed it. I'm old, so could be that they've updated the lingo and I'm behind, and I'm the wrong one. But usually they say as long as it is your turn or something like that, but I might be misremembering. This isn't a design complaint, it's a player complaint, but I hate the stuff that only works on your turn with the combat abilities. Hate them. Oh, Mournfang Rider with the front cover of the original Beastclaw Raiders Battle Tome. Awesome artwork here. Blast from the past, man. We forgot our recipes. It's to prevent control decks doing great in combat and gives aggro a leg up. It's weird because that's how it's written that way on the physical card, but Scryfall transcribes it differently. Oh, okay. Interesting. That's the best outcome. We're both right. Nice. I guess I'm used to looking at cards, but not looking at Scryfall. That also might mean that that's the most updated language and the most recent printing, and the older printings have the older one. It could be that too. The sword in his skin still bugs you. It is dumb. And doesn't work like that. But it's a fine rendering. Engorge. Oh, okay. So the green ogres have Engorge, the red ogres have Monstrosity. I wonder what the black ogres have. Put 2/1 encounters on this creature. Oh, just big. And you can keep doing it forever. That's nice. This is cool. And he comes with trample built in. He's not quite a brick shithouse. He's a 4/4 for 5 instead of 4/4 for 4. But I wouldn't expect that at common. If he was uncommon, maybe a 4/4 for 4 that does that. But yeah. Mournfang Riders. They're just big. Ratoger. Or this creature attacks. Our creature an opponent controls can't block this turn. Strong, yeah. And then he's that special type of 4/3 trample for 4. On the Maw Path with that excellent artwork. Honestly, like that it's not the typical 4/5 trample, especially with the ability to grow later on. Yeah. Like, I was expecting to see Mournfang be like 3/4s for 3 or something, and Beast Riders to be your classic Siege Rhino kind of thing, like a 4/5 for 4 with ability, you know? But this rewards you for having a shitload of mana. And you keep the counters. It's not like monstrous. You can keep doing it. You can do it again. Oh, wait. I should read the flavor text here. You may activate this ability by sacrificing another permanent and paying the difference in mana cost between this and the sacrificed permanent. Mana cost includes color. Okay, I wondered why there was such a big parenthetical here. So reminder text, oh no, because that's what engorge does, so it should be reminder text actually. I was about to say it shouldn't be. It should be just rules text, but that's explaining what engorge does. Okay, I like this way less now. I don't want to lose my stuff, but that's just a player talking. It's neat that it's the difference between, right? So what does this want me to do? It wants me to do this in response whenever you use your removal on my creatures. So I have 2 Mournfang Riders, and you try to kill one. In response, I sacrifice it to devour it. And so we're eating it because we're sacrificing it, so that's fine flavor there. You know, we're eating the thing and then getting big. Sacrificing something and getting big because of it is very ogre-themed ability, right? You can, but you're not required to sacrifice. As it's written, you are. But if you... Okay, so you don't intend for it to be an additional cost, it's an optional. I know you put May in here, but this is... It's the wrong place for May. I don't know how you would rewrite it, but if sacrificing is optional, then I'm back to liking it again. Did you not format it properly? Probably not, but, you know, we'll figure it out in post. Because, as it stands, you may activate this ability. The May is sort of like, yeah, all activated abilities are Mays in a certain way, unless it's like exhaust or something. The way you would write it is, when you activate this ability, you may sacrifice another permanent. If you do, the cost to activate this ability is reduced by the difference between blah, 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 right? Something like that. However, that gets into weird timing restrictions because you don't technically activate the ability until you've paid its costs. And so the game would have to look into the future as to whether or not you would be sacrificing the thing to know what to pay to activate it. So the formatting is still a little goofy. There's some way to write it that works out. We would just have to think about it a little bit. And it also wouldn't be reminder text then. I don't know. There's a way to write it. We'll figure it out later. What would it be like? As an additional cost to activate this ability, you may sacrifice a creature, but it's weird to then to have like additional cost reduces the cost. You may sacrifice as an additional cost? I mean, maybe. How's emerge written? You may cast this spell by paying cost and sacrificing a creature rather than its mana cost. If you choose to pay the spell's emerge cost, its total cost is reduced. Yeah, so emerge works because it's an either or. This one is any number, like both or one. So emerge doesn't quite line up for it because it's an activated ability. What if we wrote it like Convoke? Your creatures can help you activate this ability by allowing Mournfang Rider to eat them. How about that? Man, how would you write this? It's just a wonky layering of mana cost. Yeah, because you haven't activated the ability until you've paid this. Right? It's sort of like kicker on an activated ability. How do you do that? The problem is it's kicker, but it negatively alters the cost. Like it cheapens it. The way you would write this, the bad version, is something like, if you would activate this ability, you may sacrifice a creature. If you do, engorge costs X less, where X is the difference between blah, blah, blah. And so you would have to be like looking into the future to explain what you're doing with it. Okay, how about maybe it's like engorge. And then the cost before the colon is you may sacrifice a creature. If you do, pay the difference between that and blah. And if you don't, it doesn't work. I don't know. Yeah, this is weird. What an interesting timing cost-paying conundrum you've put here. I know we're spending a lot of time on this, but to me this is an interesting quirk of how Magic rules work. So I think the way to do this that is the cleanest, if you want to keep it exactly like this, is instead of a cost, you would say something like, you would just put a number. You'd write a number, sort of like Bloodthirst 3. It'd be like engorge 4. To engorge, what would it even be? CMC would be cleaner to use, yeah. I would honestly probably... You might have to, unless you can think of like a genius way to exactly explain what you want and have it work in Magic, you might have to do the simple thing, which is either engorge always needs you to sacrifice something, or the sacrifice is optional, but then the sacrifice modifies the number of counters you put on the creature. Like either the sacrifice has to be required, or it modifies the effect rather than the cost. I think maybe you look at Convoke. To me, that might be the answer, is look to Convoke and use a similar language to Convoke, perhaps. That's my best guess. Anyway, we've spent too long on this, but I think it's interesting anyway. And Engorge might be like a mainstay mechanic of Ogres, so it might be worth puzzling out in this way. But then the mana cost would definitely need to be bumped up. Yeah. I like pay 4, put 2 encounters on it. It's a little boring, but I think devouring stuff is interesting. It could actually just be called Devour. Right? instead of entering and doing it, you're just activating it. So engorge is basically written like devour, where it's something like put 2 1/1 counters on this creature plus 2 1/1 counters for each creature devoured, you know, but then that's not altering the cost of it, which is what you wanted. Devour is already a keyword. I know, yeah, what I mean is look at Devour and look at Convoke for the rules language, you know, and find some way of combining those. And look at something that reduces costs depending on doing something. There's got to be some card or a few cards out there that get cheaper for each thing that you do. And Convoke is one of the ones that I was thinking of. Now, those are spells, not activated abilities, but, you know. Yeah, custom set review for AOS. Limited, basically. Limited except with a bunch of commanders as mythic rares. When this creature enters, create 2 1/1 blue and black skeleton horror creature tokens of flying. Reconstruct. You may cast this from your graveyard by sacrificing a permanent in addition to paying its other costs. If you do, it enters with a finality counter on it. Ew, disgusting finality counters. No fun allowed. You get 2 horror creatures, though. And those things stick around. I wonder if 5 is right for this. The 2/3. Basically a 4/5 for 4. Yeah, I think the cost is probably right. What is the exact text on Convoke? Your creatures can help cast this spell. Each creature you tap while casting the spell pays for 1 or more mana of that creature's color. Yeah, I think we just steal Convoke here for more Engorge. But the difference is you would have to put the cost on the left and then say Engorge. And have it be Engorge 2 for the 2 1/1 counters, right? And then you would say something like if you sacrifice another permanent, or, you know, this creature can devour another permanent you control to help you activate this ability. If you sacrifice another permanent while activating this ability, it pays for 1 colorless or 1 mana of that creature's color, or, you know, you would finish the sentence, I guess. I think it would have to be written like Convoke. That's my kind of final thought on it, is you got to steal Convoke's language a little bit here. Anyway, Stand Sentinel. Untap all creatures you control, create a 1/1 red human soldier. Yeah, this is good. Untap all your men. Instant speed. Mountain Stance. Enchant creature. When this aura enters, untap enchanted permanent. 1/2 vigilance. Cool. We got a lot of untapping over here. We are untapping in green. And this one is the flash one. Combat trick. While looking for Verols, you found out that Dragon's Maze's most expensive card is like $3. Yep. Oh, the lead belchers. Let's fucking go. 2/4/4, squad up, reach. Reach because of their shooters, yeah. Engorge 4. Creature deals 2 damage to each opponent. Activate only during your turn and only once each turn. the squad. Ogre Glutton. This creature gets 2/2 until end of turn. Activate only during your turn and only once each turn. I don't know. Why not? Why not twice? What's the problem? I guess. No, okay. You don't have to do it as a sorcery, so it's still a cups and balls game. You attack with 3 Ogre Gluttons, and your opponent can only block 2. Whichever one they don't block, you pump. Or at least you have full info to see. There's so much squad in this set that I'm concerned that the games are going to grind to a halt. Like in this limited environment, I'm concerned that the board is going to get stalled out a lot. Because every top deck late game is you just tap all your mana and your whole army is back, you know? Then again, so do they. So does the winning team as well. You just got like a million guys. You and your opponent just have a million guys, and you have to actually do combat. And it might stall things out a little bit, even though I like squad. But we've already seen a lot of squad, and we're just in commons. So that means that punch through and stall breakers are in high demand. Stuff where it's like not even target creature can't block, but just like target creature gains flying until end of turn, or fear or intimidate or whatever, or something. Stuff to break stalemates. Which would be like Ogre Leadbelcher kind of abilities. Instant for 4, convoke, draw 2. Yes, please. Card's good. Nice card here. I like it. This is a good one. Sigmar's Thunder. Exile target creature if no other creature has greater power. Big. Really situational. Well, not really. It's situational on whether you can cast it, but once you can, you at least get to choose whatever target you want. You can choose a 1/1 if you feel like it. Yeah, Latino Hot. It means that board wipes in this format are like kind of bad. Because the very next turn, even if your opponent only has 1 card in hand, he's probably going to squad up and have an army right away again. I don't know how many board wipes are here, but Sigmar's Thunder is anti-ogre tech because they can get pretty big. Well, it depends. Sigmar's Thunder only helps you if you're losing, kind of, right? Your opponent has to have the biggest creature. But, you know, you can be losing with the biggest creature. That's possible as well. Hold fast. Put a shield counter on target creature or battle you control at instant. Neat. It's like a really, really, really low power heroic intervention. Well, no, it's like a single target. One of those. Some things interact with shield counters too. I don't know that you would play this in Commander. There are shield counter decks, there are counter decks, but I think the protect your stuff cards in green are so pushed that you wouldn't drop down to hold fast. But it's a neat idea. In Commander, this card would have to cost 0 and put 2 shield counters on something to be worth it, but I don't know that we want to push the envelope on that, you know. Ogre Iron Blaster, let's fucking go. 5/5 for 6 vehicle. The Haster. Engorge Exhaust. This vehicle becomes an artifact creature, put a 1/1 counter on it. So this one has reach because they have cannons, and this is a cannon that doesn't have reach. to me, guns and cannons, like archers and guys with guns typically have reach. Artillery typically has some pinger effect or destroy target something or whatever. Just being a 5/5 is kind of, you know, I see this big cannon and I'm wondering where it shoots, and it doesn't shoot. Being a vehicle makes sense. You could also station it, right? It could just be a artifact creature as well. There's a lot of ways you could go with it. Yeah, it feels like Ogre Iron Blaster should be an uncommon and then get a little more juice in its text box that has a cannon-like effect. Cavalo's Death Rider. 3/2 for 4 squad. During your turn, this creature has first strike. Reconstruct. You can cast it from your graveyard by sacking a permanent. In addition, if you do, it enters with a finality counter. Yeah, the idea is if you use Engorge Exhaust, it becomes an artifact creature. You don't have to keep crewing it, but then it's tapped for an extra turn. Space with red uncommons you found kind of tight. Ah, okay. Yeah, like a half titan, where when it attacks you can blast something, shoot a battle, destroy an artifact, deal damage to target creature or planeswalker, you know, something like that. But then it probably pushes it into an uncommon maybe. I'll look at the uncommons, we'll see. Flash as long as the total mana value among cards. Okay. Boomerang. Oh, just creature though. Unsummon for 2 at sorcery speed. Skilled Manip. Card's pretty bad here. Like sorcery, and it's gonna take. I don't think you're just not gonna have 13 in your graveyard for a very long time, possibly ever. Maybe you will, but it'll take a while. Sorcery speed, bounce a creature. Feels like more of a recursion effect than a bounce one. So many creatures have squad here that I don't even want to bounce my opponent's guys. I guess you bounce the token, and then if it's your thing, you bounce it late game so that you can squad them up. No, okay, I see where you use this. You bounce their squad tokens and you bounce your own squad guys to re-squad. Even though that's a lot of mana. Realigned formation. This is it's a functional reprint of the white one that does this, and then there's also a blue one that does it, and I think there's another one that does it. They all cost 3. They all draw a card and they flicker. And I think one of them does artifact or creature, the other ones do just creature. But I like this card. Gur's Truth, the Slammer. Fight star creature you don't control, food token. I think in a set, you choose fight or bite, and you go with that. I don't, just for, I know we don't use expert level sets anymore, and we don't have that distinction anymore. But if you're going to have fight in a set, I think everything should have fight, and if you're going to have bite, then everything should have bite. I like the free food tokens you're getting. Also, I don't know if you intended this on Gur's Truth, but this is the best removal spell in the format. Your opponent has 2 5/5s. Target creature. You target one of your opponent's 5/5s. Fights target creature you don't control, which is their other 5/5. And and they kill each other. So either you forgot target creature you control, or you've given green some fucking juice. I kind of want to keep it because this is some shit, right? This is some good shit right here. Green has the best removal spell in this limited format. Hell yeah, I'll take a food token, sure. That's a typo. I figured it was a typo. But, look, my head's spinning about how awesome this card would be. Look, it's the truth. Grr, dude, it's the truth. Yeah, it is broken as fuck for 2 mana in limited. Officer's Stratagem. Creature control 2/0, create 2/1/1. This is good. Hail Mary swing. It either gives you enough guys, or if you already have enough guys, then allows you to punch through. In your low to the ground 2 mana squad red Rakdos Scryer deck. There's the Noblar, dude. The nose on this guy. Holy. The schnoz. 1/1 for 2. Squad 3, can't block. When it dies, create a tap treasure token. Man, can't block is really bad in this set. If it can't block, how's it gonna die? I guess you devour it with your ogres, right? That's the play. However, I don't know that I want to spend an entire card just to devour it and get a tap treasure token. Unless Noblar was like Offspring 1 or something, maybe. I get the synergy, but I think the cost is too high. Squad 3 is a lot. Yeah, maybe it should make treasures, or it should make food, not treasures. Then again, black doesn't make food really, but it kind of does. What is it? Which is familiar kind of stuff. Yeah, black makes some food. Reform ranks. Exile up to 2 target creatures and/or artifacts you control. Return them to the battlefield under those control at the beginning of the next untap step, or end step. For only 3, it's pretty good in blue. White has 2 abilities like this that are better, but that's within the purview. Beginning of the next end step. Choose 2 target creatures controlled by different players. Return those creatures to their owner's hand. Okay. Reform ranks is really good at common. This is a killer. With all this squad, return 2 tokens to your hand to kill them. Or blank a removal spell. Yeah, reform ranks, this is some good shit here. Protection of Nagash. Hexproof indestructible sorry, I was already reading the Scry one from Heroes, but it's Surveil one, so we just changed it a little bit. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it's a almost functional reprint of the Theros one, but we got Surveil instead, because that's what we're in. Surveil in white is strange. But you've pulled it into Esper, so maybe that makes it okay. God's Willing, yeah, that's the card. Oh, true, it is different players, you're right, yeah. So I guess it is less good then. It's more of like a value play rather than a blowout play. A lot of value plays here, very few blowout plays. The Fusil Cannon. Oh, for only 1? 2/2. Rancor? Not Rancor, because that's Bone Splitter, but if a creature attacks, if you control a battle, untap it at the end of... At end of turn. So we're making a delayed trigger that untaps it at end of turn. It would have to be the beginning of the end step, I think, for that one. We could either make it a delayed trigger, or we could say at the beginning of the end step, if this creature attacked to this turn, untap it. Like you could, I guess you could kind of write it either way, but that ability, people might be forgetting that ability when they're playing. Still, 2/2 forever for 3 on a common equipment is pretty sick. You gotta cast a spell for that once on Zeal, but at least it does damage too. It costs 1, equips for 2. Do you control battles? No. Your opponent controls them, but you own them. Unless battles are different in this set. I believe the text on battles is enters under target opponent's control, which would mean they control the battle. So you have to rely on your opponent doing a battle thing. I don't know. I haven't seen battles yet, but I'm kind of ignoring this text and just saying 2/2 on an equipment for 1 with equip 2 is just good at common and limited. Like that, it's already a good card. Okay, yeah, we have a different spin on battles here. Aren't they under your opponent's control until you flip it? Yeah, but we might have different battles in this set. I think he put a spin on them. Our battle, we don't get battles probably until uncommon. Here we go. Lines of communication. A battle for 1. Yoosh. All right. We're doing it. A control point enters. Okay, so battle hyphen control point. Okay, so this is why we get custom rules for it, is because these are control points. Kind of like shrines, I guess. Or sagas, maybe. Any opponent may attack it. When an opponent defeats this, exile it, put it on the battlefield under the player's control with 3 defense counters on it. Start a combat in your turn, target creature you control gains Enlist. As a creature with Enlist attacks, you may tap a non-attacking creature you control without summoning sickness. When you do, add its power to that creature's until end of turn. Okay. So we're making giant attackers then with the lines of communication control point. All right, cool. Now that I know the way that battles work in this set, battles are in fact good instead of absolutely useless in all cases. So battles are playable in this set. They flip back and forth, and you're like, it's sort of like a planeswalker that you two are fighting over, who controls, you know, a bunch of like. What is it? Jeweled amulets or whatever they're called. Yeah. That's a cool idea. I like that. Hey, whoa, any interested in Deadlock? You could see you liking it. Yeah, to me, Deadlock looks like the type of game I would have really liked when I still had young man reaction times in 2009. I don't know if I'll try it or not, but I'm hoping it succeeds and I'm hoping it's good. I might look into it. We'll see. Yeah, Coveted Jewel. Kind of things like that. Or the, who's that 2/1 red creature you tap to draw 2 and give it to your opponent and you're kind of like flipping it back and forth? I guess it's more like Coveted Jewel because you trade based on what your opponent's actions do, not your choice. Iron Blaster, Hail Shot, 1 damage to each creature. End battle you don't control. We got Needle Drop. Sorcery Speed Needle Drop for battles as well. And it's you don't control, which is powerful words in Commander. I don't see any X1s except for some black cards. So like this kills some Skaven and otherwise does something to a battle maybe. No, well, here we got a 1/1. Just right there, right when I said that. Token Slayer, finish off your opponent's stuff. Like, with a card like Iron Blaster's Hail Shot at common, this is going to create the most salt ever, okay? I can already see it. I'm looking ahead. In limited, your opponent swings his... Your opponent swings his 4/4s into you. You got a bunch of 3/5s, and your opponent swings with all his 4/4s, and you actually go into the tank with your head in your hands like, no one plays Iron Blaster's Hail Shot, it's a bad card, but if he has it here, he's gonna one-sided Wrath of God me, and you're just like, does he have it? And you just go into the tank over it. I can't believe he was playing with Iron Blaster's Hail Shot. The card's literally bad, but every once in a while it can wreck you. I don't know. I don't know about this one. I kind of like it. I would be that son of a bitch who drafts this. It's me. I would be that guy. Because I will take slightly suboptimal plays in order to tilt my opponent. I was that guy. I got better, but I was that guy for a while. Eshin Surprise. Oh, I had that at the lunch. I had that at the cafeteria at the hospital. Eshin Surprise. Here you go. Golden Guernsey. Spell costs 2 more to cast if it targets a creature that shares a name with any other creature on the battlefield. So we're squatting. We're squatting. Story target creature. Holy. Okay, in limited, I would play Eshin Surprise if the first paragraph of text was not on the card. If it was instant, if it was just murder, splashable murder in this set at common, and sometimes it costs 1. Okay, black's back on the menu. We are, with this many duels, we are splashing black, and hard. We are coveting Eshin Surprise. Two more to cast, not 2 less. Oh, okay. Cost 2 more to cast if it targets a creature that... so okay. Got it. I misread it. It's inverse squad. It's like... Oh, I see. That makes more sense. I was about to say... If the card worked how I misread it, I was about to say... I'm turning into Joseph Biden over here. Like, if you're drafting this format... and you ain't in black, you're wrong. Like, if it was murder and sometimes 1 mana murder, instant speed, no conditional, it would be like, there is literally 0 reason to not play black ever in the whole... Okay, so now we're safe. It goes from murder into a brain spoil if it targets a squad guy, and there's a bunch of squad guys. Okay, we're fair. Crisis averted. It would also be the best black... It would also be the best black removal spell ever printed. This card would rival... This card would rival Swords to Plowshares if it was written how I thought it was written. It took 30 years, but Black would have almost got something better than Swords to Plowshares. As it stands, they still don't, and they're known for their removal, but it's fake news. Their removal actually sucks. This card's still great though, and I would play it. It's just a little more tempo-y. You know, you're killing an early creature they didn't squad with or whatever. It's still good. And it probably kills all the commanders too. So Eshin Surprise is still on the menu. Mortek Triax. When this creature enters, draw a card, then discard. Reconstruct. Okay, and you squad for 2. It has a bow, so I kind of want Reach to be printed on it, but don't do that because you don't want the art to influence what the text is. You want the text to influence the art, right? You keep seeing OBR art on blue cards, and it makes you feel resentment. I could see an argument for blue being OBR. It would have to be Esper. It has to be black-white. Blue doesn't get reach. You've been chewed out multiple times. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm letting the art influence the card, but that's wrong. Yeah, blue has flying. It doesn't need reach. But anyway, yeah, OBR is definitely Orzhov. And if you want to add blue to it for a tactical genius thing, even though that white also has military genius as well, that's fair. You could do Esper for OBR. It's not out of pocket. Mortek Guard. 1/1 for 1 squad. When this creature enters, choose 1, put a 1 counter on target creature you control, create a 1/1 skeleton. This card's good. Nice. Nice little dude there. And gets around Hail Shot by putting counters on itself. OBR is the only Grand Order death with the possibility of blue. Yeah, besides Nagash himself, right? Like, Nagash is probably Esper. What's his name? The Mortek triple caster guy. He could be Esper. Archon the Black, yeah. Nighthaunt is blue-white. Nighthaunt could be blue-white spirits. It could also be Dimir, maybe. And it just has, like, fairy-type things, but they're not called fairies. They're called ghosts or whatever. Depending on which edition you're talking about. If you go no flavor, only game mechanics... If you go no flavor, only game mechanics. 3rd edition Nighthaunt is like Rakdos. Rakdos aggro. Archon is just blue-black lore-wise. True. Yeah, I guess Archon the Black doesn't really have any white. Nagash certainly does, but probably not Archon. Oh, Frost Saber, 1/1 for 1, squad. When it dies, put a 1 counter on target creature control. Good. Good card for limited. Hired Muscle. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap it. Gains haste. Create a food token. Okay, we got another threaten effect. One of the many threatens, and it just gives you a food token. They would probably have Afflict. They could have Afflict. They could have... Now, I was going to say Wither, but maybe not. Flanking, even though that doesn't sound right. Just because it's getting in touch late? Sure. Find the Free Guild Fusilier to show off the Cities of Sigmar set mechanic, yeah. Steel Helms. I'm assuming Fusilier is white, possibly white-red. In my head, Cities is 5-color, but that at this point that might be wishful thinking. Fusilier is red, it's right above hired muscle, okay. There we go. 2 for 2, squad 2 regiment. Creature deals 1 damage each opponent. While paying a regiment cost, you can tap your creatures to help. Oh, hey. Each creature you tap while activating this ability pays for 1 or 1 mana of that creature's color. Cool, so we got activated Convoke. That's weird. So red, in this set, red is not aggro. This, red is control in this set. Red is control, green is stompy. White is you're just splashing white, I think. And I don't know what blue's doing yet. Maybe you're just playing blue-white tokens. Are you playing blue-white tokens, splash red for win cons, maybe? I don't know. Because we got an Engorge which wants sacrifice. And we got Regiment, which wants tokens. Or maybe not tokens exactly, but... Stormcast white-blue. I don't know that I've seen a Stormcast yet. It might not be in here. In my estimation, I put Stormcast as Jeskai. Because they are very Boros. However, to me, they're Boros plus blue. Yeah, here's the link. Oscard on Thundertusk. Whenever you activate ability of a creature you control that isn't a mono ability, this creature deals damage to its power to target creature or battle. Cool. So when you're activating your red stuff to kill your opponent, you're also kind of blasting their guys. Yeah, red is control in this set. How much time do you got? Can I start looking? Can I look at some of the commanders while you're still here? Or do you want me to keep figuring on the archetypes? Barely, but enough? Okay. I'm seeing a whole bunch of squad, and I'm seeing a whole bunch of everybody kind of gumming up the works. I don't know if so black's trying to be tempo. So black and red might not go together that well. Or maybe they go together that well and then your red is the reach, I guess. I'm just looking at it and I'm like, in this set, I kind of want to play... Grawl Control. Is that weird? Grawl Control splashing removal colors. So, like... Eshin Surprise in black, or some white removal maybe. And red seems split between, what is it called? Yeah, Regiment and Ogre Devour. I don't want to devour my guys, for the most part. I don't want to be losing guys. So I'll just pay for Engorge straight up unless it's in response to removal. This shit's good. Stonehorn Beast Rider. Monstrosity 2. Destroy artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying you don't control. Big. It's weird you say that because your archetypes are all based on ally color pairs. Yeah. It seems to me I want the game to go long. And so I play a bunch of squad stuff. I play some early cards that gum up the works. And then I chill behind big ogres and red cards and just kind of burn my opponent out because I don't see a lot of stalemate breakers. And I don't see a lot of flyers either. So I feel a little more comfortable there. Total Eclipse is cool. Anyway, good shit. And now we're looking at commander cards as quickly as I'm able. We got a bunch of control points. I'm gonna look at the commanders, I think. Unless something jumps out at me. Like, ooh, I like this. Like if there's a gold ogre or something. Archon Mortarch of Sacrament. 3/5 for 4 flying, hexproof from instants and sorceries. Nice. Whenever a creature or artifact you control enters, if it entered from a graveyard or was cast from a graveyard, you pay 1. If you do, Surveil 2, then draw. This card's good. It's a good card. This is a good commander. People would play with this card. Nice and cheap and good colors that are already reanimating and getting artifacts back. You want a Surveil which feeds itself. It says draw a card. It has flying as a 3/5. And it's immune to removal, kinda. Storm Fiend. Oh, wait, I'm just looking at legendaries. But Storm Fiends are so cool, I'm looking at it anyway. 4 for 5. Squad, sack 2 creatures, mana value 1 or greater, haste. When it attacks, it deals X damage to any target where X is the greatest mana value among cards in your graveyard. Cool. This card blasts. This card kills people. Storm Fiend is fun. This is a fun card. You don't even have to go the token route. But it's extra funny if you do. Storm Fiend fucking blasts. And it even has haste. You don't even have to give it. Bragoth Vardruk. Hell yeah. Bragoth's Beast Hammer. Never forget. 4/6 for 5. Ogres on that big body action. Menace Trample. Engorge 6. Monstrosity X or X, the greatest mana value among permanents. You have sacrificed this turn. That might be a decent way of writing Engorge, by the way. Like, as an additional cost to activate this ability, you may sacrifice a creature. And then just say Monstrosity X or X's, yeah. Whenever you sacrifice a permanent with mana value 1 or greater, this creature deals X damage to any target. X to sacrifice permanent's mana value. Cool. It just gets like fucking huge. I could see like a, you know, a Kokusho kind of deck where you're like a really big body version of like Baba Lasagna kind of thing where all of your creatures do something when you sacrifice them. You got like I don't know, here's a Kokusho, I'll kill him, put 6 counters on him, everybody takes 5, that kind of stuff. He's fucking huge. Interesting, maybe a little slow. Archon feels a lot better. Pontifex Zenestra, there she is. 05 for 4, good cost. Ward. Tap 4 on tap permanents you control. Heh. So it's basically a Ward 4, except you can tap all your food tokens or bunny rabbits or something if you want. That's kind of interesting. Whenever you activate an ability of a creature you control that isn't a mana ability, you can pay 1 if you do copy it. Choose new targets. That's pretty good. There's another activate ability, Naya 1-2, so it's kind of in the color pie for it. I can't remember what the commander is called, but there's a Naya one where it's like creature gains tap, create a token that's a copy of a token you created this turn or something like that. Yeah, Pontifex is really good. This is a you could do something cool with this thing, I think. Yeah. This reminds me of Varak Warped Sengir, who's black-white, and does the same thing, except he cares about paying life to activate abilities. So this is sort of like a Naya version of Varak, except it's better. Well, it's different. It's different, but it's better. Yeah, Pontifex really good. Archon really good. Bragoth, a lot of Jund decks do kind of this thing, and it's just a lot of mana investment. Not saying it's wrong, I'm just looking at it from a player perspective. Lania and Elithor War Sages. 2/2 for 4. First strike Vigilance. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. You'll love to see it. You play lands and cast permanent spells with Convoke from the top of your library. When you cast a spell that has Convoke, untap her and put a 1 counter on them. This card's really good. This is like a fixed Glarb to me. Ilani and Elithor is like fixed Glarb. He's fair now. He costs 4. He's in arguably worse colors. And you can't cast stuff for free off the top because there's only so many good Convoke cards in the whole game. Mostly, you would see people build this as generic good stuff Bant and just play lands off the top. Like, use it as a, what is it called? Oracle of Moldiah in the command zone. I would build this immediately, probably. Because it's the first generically good stuff Bant that doesn't want you to do annoying things to get your generic value. So I like it as a player. As a future sight? No, I mean like, you would build the deck kind of ignoring the Convoke part of it and just playing as if it were Oracle of Moldiah in the command zone and play it as a lands matter deck or a ramp deck and just exploration, you know, this thing, that thing, and just like funnel lands off the top onto the battlefield. And then every once in a while, you know, there's like 2 or 3 Convoke cards that are good. You play those, but it's not like Glarb where you're setting up Doomsdays and stuff. Yeah, Azusa. Anyway, I like it. I would play it. I've been looking for a Bant deck that doesn't want you to do annoying things to get your generic value. Like, oh, here's my Shrieking Drake, you know, blah, 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 blah. So this thing's cool. I would play it. Boring generic value. You probably shouldn't have made this card, but as a player, I will enjoy it and play with it, if that makes sense. Yes, Court of Calling is almost the only one I can think of. But I'm sure there's more. Maybe 2 or 3. But I'm perfectly happy to just play lands off the top as pseudo card draw. I mean, I have a Glarb deck, so of course I like that. Too expensive to be a sacrifice to protect your team guy in my IMO. I want to pay 2, maybe 3 for that effect. 5 is too much, even though all of this stuff is good. All of these things are good, But if his role can be sack him to save your team, then he's got to cost 2 or 3. Thank one Bone Ripper. 3/4 for 4. Again, this isn't a value judgment. This is like player talking. It does, except the first part about you shouldn't have made this. Well, what I mean is Wizards of the Coast seems to never want you to have a generically boring value engine band commander. You have to jump through stupid hoops and only do weird things like play defenders and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And so it seems like almost they don't want to print something like that. I'm just saying, it's sort of like partners. Wizards thinks partners are mistakes. I like partners, you know? And so that's just the difference between me and Wizards. That's what I mean by that. I can't wait until they print more partners with no downsides. But they said that they won't because they think it's a, you know, they're like, oh, Arcane Signet was a mistake. I'm like, no, print more. Thank one Bone Ripper. 3/4 for 4. Rat Wizard Mutant. Good creature types. If you sack a creature, choose one that hasn't been chosen. This creature connives. Instant sorcery spell, total mana X from graveyard X's 1+ sacrifice creature's mana value. That spell will be put in graveyard exile instead. I think the wizard that does it once a turn just does this anyway, with less of a downside. Now, you do turn downsides into upsides in Magic. This is just like a different... What's that wizard chick who does that once a turn? You can do this multiple times a turn, so there's that. Partners were a mistake when they were more than one color. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. In a certain respect. You know? Like, Entomb was a mistake as well. But I love playing Entomb. And I love my 2-mana, or my 2-color partners. So I want them to make more. So, like, my point is, I can see both sides of it. True, it probably was a mistake. But I'm having a lot of fun playing with those mistakes. And Eternal formats, the reason why Eternal formats are good, 2 reasons. 1, because they don't rotate. And 2, because you get to play with the mistakes of Magic's entire history, and that's fun. So, you know. You just make it Maestro's Ascendancy on a body where you can cast an instant sorcery from graveyard by sacking a creature in addition to other costs. No, I think early on you choose one and then later on you choose this one. You could make it better if you wanted to make it better, and I don't know that the card needs to be better, but you could say, whenever you sacrifice a creature, surveil 1, then you may cast an instant or sorcery spell, blah, 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 right? So you're feeding it and doing it. Like, you could do it that way if you wanted to get rid of the choosing thing. Or you could have players choose so that early on they're filling their graveyard by conniving or surveilling or whatever. And then later they're flashing stuff back. It's just, I think as an overall strategy, you're playing that one wizard for 4 in these exact colors that lets you flash something back once a turn anyway. For the most part. But the fact that you can do this multiple times and she's only once, maybe that's different enough. Good old Glob Glittermaw. When you sack a permanent with mana value 1 or greater, you may return target permanent card lesser mana value from the graveyard to the battlefield tapped. This ability triggers only once each turn. Engorger. Draw a card and put 2 1/1 counters on this creature. Activate only once each turn. You'll leave it be for the time being. Yeah, I don't know that it needs to be changed or fixed or anything like that. I'm just kind of talking about it. You don't need to... You don't need to stipulate whenever you sacrifice a permanent mana value 1 or greater. You don't need to stipulate that, because returning target permanent with lesser mana value is impossible if you sacrifice something for 0. So it's like self-defeating. You don't actually need to write that, because you couldn't have chosen that anyway, just due to the nature of having to choose something with lesser of a mana value. And I don't think stopping you from sacrificing something for 0 within Gorge matters. This guy's neat. Again, it's a lot of mana investment here for these ogre guys. I like their stuff. It's just you know, you're looking at Thankful and you're like, oh, pay 4, and then whenever you do something, right? And then for the ogre, it's like you pay 5, and then you pay 4, and then you sack something and do something, or you pay 5 and then you pay 6 and then you do something and you lose something. There's a lot of mana investment on these guys. Again, I don't know that it needs to get fixed. I don't know if it's something that needs to be fixed, but as a player, I'm looking at it and I'm like, so I'm tapping out on my own turn every turn and losing stuff. Sort of like that 1/6 mana dragon in Jund Colors, where at the end of turn you sacrifice some huge thing and do a bunch of damage to everybody. But you had to pay for that huge thing. Like, you're tapping 6 for Kokusho and then engorging it. And so instead of have a board state, you're just kind of churning through all this mana that you're spending. It does, yeah, it makes the investment smaller. It makes it 2 mana, basically, to do. So it's like, you know, it gets cheaper. The number of colors and the cost means you're always kind of paying something for it, which isn't necessarily wrong. Yeah, Zeotora the Incinerator. See, I'm bad with names, but I can think of the card text and the art on it. Thalia Vedra. 5/5 for 5. Flying Trample Haste. Lead from the front. Regiment 6. If it's your main phase, there is an additional combat phase after the... Oh yeah, because it has to be activated in the main phase. When you next attack this turn, untap each creature you control, activate only once each turn, and only if Thalia Vedra attacked this turn. Yeah, this is just a killer. She's just a killer. Finally, some generic beatdown that isn't Dinosaur Tribal and Naya. She's just a killer. It's, what's that Baldur's Gate 3 chick for 5? No, maybe it's more like the 5-color one. Anyway, she just kills people. The Crash Out Queen. Teclis and Selenar. 3/6/5, Flying Vigilance Ward 2. Yeesh. Ooh. Whenever you cast a spell as Convoke, you may exile to X other target creatures you control, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast a spell, then return those cards to battlefield. Okay. So your Convokes are just like giga value Convoker. Max Convoking. And that's balanced because there's only like one good Convoke card, and I say good in quotations. We're making a Convoke tribal. Yeah, Savage Ventmaw, what's that other one? Reaver Cleaver on this shit, you know, infinite combat phases. Very easily, because she has flying. Giving her flying might be quote-unquote wrong. But yeah, she's a killer and goes and makes infinite combat phases with a lot of stuff. Obviously, you can only use her ability once each turn, but there are ways around that. Agatha's Soul Cauldron, Godfrey's Gift, yeah. Oh, Catacross. 5/6 for 5, First Strike Vigi. First Strike Vigilance. 5/6 for 5. That's a nice little tank sitting there. Mr. Don't Attack Me at the Table in Commander. Supreme Commander of the Bone Reaper Legions. Whenever he attacks, you may sacrifice a creature or artifact you control. Period. If you do, return up to 2 artifact and or creature cards from your graveyard to the battlefield, total mana value X or less, X1 plus the sacrifice permanent's mana value, okay? You're churning. And I like how it's getting bigger. The ones that look for a smaller thing, not the ones that I think you made one, maybe, I don't know. Wizards made a bunch of them. And it's like when this thing dies, return something that's smaller. I basically stop reading there and ignore the rest of the card always. I'm just like, no, I don't care about that. I never want to return stuff that's smaller. Where's the fun in that? So he's like a birthing pod. He's like a killing pod. He's a killing pod. Because he's nabbing it from the graveyard rather than your library. Physics Scour. 4/5/5, Ward 2. Whenever he attacks, you may discard a card. If you do, create X Rat Peasant creature tokens. Not Rat Townsfolk. Not Rat Warriors. Rat Peasants. Not Rat Advisors. With this, it would be this creature can't block. Not token. That are tapped and attacking. Where X is the mana value of the discarded card. If the total mana value among cards in your graveyard greater than or equal to 13 rats you control, whenever this creature dies, deals damage equal to its power to any target. Okay. This is fun, and this is good. Now, unlike in Limited, you can get to 13 in Commander when you're choosing what card to discard and what to put in your hand. You can get there real quick. You know, I attack with Physics Scour. I discard Draco. Okay, there we go. We're Ruination's on. Give me those rats. Ogor Iron Gut. Sacrifice non-land permanents with total mana value 3 or greater. Engorge, Exhaust. Put a double strike counter and a 1/1 counter on it. Yeah, this is what they do. That's what they do in the game. Down to the Iron Guts. Absolutely exhausting. Oh, there he is, the fucking Chad. Hell yeah. Other creatures go to get 2/2 with Squad. Dude, big mana buffers. Huge. Invoke Squad, double strike vigilance. When this creature enters, put X1 counters on it. X number of tapped creatures control. Huge. Yeah, okay, we're using Convoke. We're convoking for bigs. The Boner Nexus. The cast from graveyard costs 2 less to cast. That's already good. Just that text plus this. For creature artifact, card in your graveyard gains Reconstruct. And then Reconstruct is you just cast it, but it has finality. Ugh. So kind of neat. So the stuff with finality counters or decayed, you know, all that feels like a lot more of a constructed ability and very much not a commander ability to me. Decayed, finality, things like that are cool for constructed, but or like, you know, limited formats, standard formats. For commander players read that and just into the trash it goes. I want to recur stuff forever, not get it one time and have it go away. But again, talking like a player here, not like a designer. More Doom. More warp power. Oh, triple XX, huh? Ooh, discard any number of cards, then draw that many cards plus 1. Deals 3 times X damage to each creature. Not great. But it's funny. Not great, but it's funny. And if we're making Skaven cards, we're in it for big, funny effects. One intended interaction is that you can flicker or bounce it and the finality counter falls off. Flickers a theme in white and blue. Okay, okay. If I was making a commander deck, I would say that you might be running into feature creep a little bit there because you're already a draw discard and you're already a reanimator. And then now you want me to go into flicker stuff as well. It might be feature creeping out the commander deck. But as an archetype in limited, yeah, that works. That works for sure, especially since the flicker spell that I recall was common. Blessing of the Gulping Gawad. When this enchantment enters, return up to one target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to battlefield. Whenever you sacrifice permanent with mana value 1 or greater, put a on target creature control or access sacrifice person. Might makes right, the big man. If this was in Mardu colors, it would find a home in more commander decks. Because you got stuff like Alesha, you know. The theme of reanimating tiny guys is a lot more Mardu than it is Jund. You know, in Jund you're playing with massive crap. Well, actually, in Jund you're playing with like big expensive crap and then a million very, very, very cheap things. Not like curving out to 3s. The card works very well and is a fine card. But commander-wise, it might be in a different... you could find homes for it maybe, but... any other commanders, real quick? I gotta get to these Frost Lords before you gotta go. Frost Lord on Stonehorn. 5/5 for 7. Trample Haste, Engorge Monstrosity 3. Frost Spear. Oh, here it is, the Frost Spear. I hope it does something in Magic, because it sure as shit doesn't do anything in AOS. Whenever this creature attacks, it deals damage equal to its power to up to one target creature you don't control. That's something. Finally. In Magic the Gathering, Frost Spear does something. Frost Spear is good in Magic. Doesn't do anything in AOS, but it's good in Magic. Get him. If this creature's monstrous, excess damage is trampled over. Hell yeah, big. Like, possibly too expensive to play, but what a monster on the table, you know? This, in limited, remember the Jund deck I was talking about where it's kind of like Jund Control is what I was thinking of suiting up. This is like your amazing finisher bomb where you land this, swing in, immediately kill their fucking guy, engorge next turn, swing in, you win the game, kinda like the finisher. In Commander, you might actually play this perhaps in some Commander deck, I think. The power, one more mana is Crater Hoof, so it's hard to just say that, but the effects are good. Oh, Henzi, yeah, Henzi likes this. Henzi's in for this. That Engorge is tricky, but kind of depends. Yeah, works with equipment too. Blast him. Prank him, John. Great Maw Pot. Sack a creature, draw X cards, gain X life, or X sacrifice creature's mana value, activate only once each turn. This artifact might be too good. No, it's 4. This shit's good. This is we made a Jund greater good. Bene Supremo. This is a good card. This goes in commander decks immediately. What do you think of my Flesh Eater Quartz colors? I'm not even gonna look at what your Flesh Eater Quartz colors are. I'm gonna tell you that Flesh Eater Quartz is Mardu. Red, black, white. And now I'm going to look and see what your Flesh Eater Court's colors are. You say red, black, white. You have chosen the only correct answer. You are entirely right. There just ain't no other color combo. FEC is the most Mardu-coded army ever. You're right. It's perfect. Shrine Luminor, Fusil Major. Oh, the Ogre guy on his back. Draw a card, then discard a card if the total amount of value among cards, blah, blah, blah. For each opponent, create a 1/1 black peasant creature token with this token can't block. Sure, yeah, this is actually kind of good. Sort of hard to cast, but kind of good. Well, the Tyrant, big, 5/4 for 4, trample lifelink. Oh, now we're talking. Big boy. Engorge 5, the creature deals X damage to any target where X is the greatest amount of value among permanents. You sacrifice this turn, activate only your turn, only once each turn. He's good. Ogre Tyrant in Magic, confirmed much better than in the one in AOS. Fucking the Blaster. I like it. Dude, ogres with shotguns over here. Who knew that for ogres to be fun in Magic, all you had to do was give them elephant guns? Slaughtermaster, Ogre Wizard. Oh, he's a brick house. The cube, the square. 4, 4, 4. 4, 4 for 4 trample. Engorge 5, distribute 3/1 encounters among 1, 2, or 3 target creatures you control. Okay, he eats and he spreads it out. That's exactly what he does in the game. He passes out buffs. And he's eating to do it. Makes perfect sense. Not the first person to look at these guys and think shotgun. I mean, that's what they do. They're blasting. X damage to target, X damage to target. They're blasting. And they have pistols that do cannon damage in the game, so that makes sense. Gulping Bite. Actually, a bite effect makes perfect sense. When excess damage is dealt, they lose X life and you gain X life. Oh, cool. Oh. It's not trample over. It's the drain. I like Gulping Bite. Good card. Icefall Yahites. 3/2 Menace. If you activate an Engorge or Monstrosity, you may pay an additional 1. Return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Okay, so you're supposed to eat them. Got it. They're food. These Icefall Yeti in an Ogre deck might as well be creature type Yeti food. I'm here for it. Yeah, and it very importantly gives you all 3 of the colors to be able to activate their shit. So Icefall Yeti's OP in an Ogre deck. And they enter tapped, and in this case, the entering tapped is correct because it would be certainly too strong to get a block in every time. And so you're like, block, in response, kill them, to do something, bring them back. My turn, swing with them, go. Oh, you attacked, in response, sack them, they come back, you know, untapped, block with them, blah, blah, blah. It'd be too much. I agree. I don't like stuff getting reanimated tapped, but when you can do it, when you can turn on a dime with it, and it's kind of a limited set, yeah, okay. Like in Commander, that's literally whatever, but in Limited, it's so important. All right, before you go to bed, is there a particular card you want me to hit before we're done here? Pay 1 is really cheap, but you're also paying a lot already, you know. Engorge starts out very expensive. The creatures are kind of expensive. Yeah, you're reducing the cost. So it's sort of like -3 +1. I don't have thoughts on if their particular mana cost is correct and if the particular Engorge mana costs are correct. I would have to kind of play with it to see how much of your own stuff you're tapping. to do that, because as always, when you're tapping stuff to do abilities, you're not adding to the board ever. So your board is going to be kind of small if you're tapping all your normal stuff, but you're killing with it sometimes, depending on what it is. So maybe it all works out. Lyrior or Vokmortian. All right. Lyrior is at the top. I remember that. All right. He's a cube. 4/4 for 4. First strike flanking. Hell yeah. The old -1/-1 flanker. I would have also accepted Bushido for the Lumineth, little chub toad ability. But flanking, yeah, he's on horse. I also would have accepted horsemanship, but you don't want horsemanship in a limited set. It's miserable. Whenever Lyrior deals combat damage to a payer, should be player, typo, or battle, create that many 1/1 white elf soldier creature tokens. Nice. Whenever this creature enters or becomes tapped, creatures you control gain flanking. Sick. That's actually kind of good. Actually kind of good. And Vokmortian, Voice of Nagash. 1/5 for 4 ward. Exile 3 cards from your graveyard. Damn. Now that's a ward cost, and it's flavorful. If a permanent entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. If that permanent entered from a graveyard or was cast from a graveyard, that ability triggers 2 additional times. Okay, so we're... Alright. Okay. Alright, we printed the thing. We did the thing. Double it. Just double it. If we're graveyarding, triple it. Yeah, he is Vok Harmonicon. Yeah, Panharmonomancer or some such. Nice ward effect too. Skeleton Wizard. Oh, look at this Chad. Vigor of Champions. There he is. When a creature you control with mana value 1 or greater enters, put a resolve counter on it. If it has 6 or more creatures you control get trampled in 3/3. Okay, so it's like a cheaper but not as good. I can't remember the name of the card. Costs 3, and when it has 6 or 7 counters on it, all your creatures are impossibly huge. But this one's cheaper. It cares about different stuff. So this is like your link between, you know, you're on red white tokens and you like open this in pack 3 and then splash green into it or something. Yeah, Beastmaster Ascension. Champion cycle has been renamed to Path to Glory. Okay. A little convoke fight for free. Not free, I guess, but 1. And you're a 1/3. 1/3 is kind of good because you can't zeal it. No zealers. Bloodpelt Hunter. Trample Reach. Whenever you activate an ability of a creature you control that isn't a mono ability, put 2 1/1 counters on this creature. Oh, he's huge? Triggers once a turn. Okay, he's not huge. I mean, well, he's huge. Uncommon, too. He's also an uncommon. And he's in the 2 colors already? Okay. And reach? Yeah, this guy. In that red-green like board control thing, this guy ties the room together. What a fucking body just sitting there. Flyers, BTFO. Tokens, little chump blockers, BTFO. This guy gets big. Just sit behind your wall. Anyway, good shit. Sorry I had you stay up. That green mythic looked uber giga cracked in a not good way. Let's check it out. I'm going to check out the mythics and the rares and stuff now. Whenever you activate the ability of a creature you control that isn't a mono ability, you may put a creature card or land from your hand onto the battlefield. Triggers only once each turn. I mean, in Limited, you're not even going to be able to do that more than once each turn with a hand size anyway. Regiment 8. Creatures you control get 8/8. Or rather, oh no, land you control. Okay. Blech. So you play Isilla, and so you play Isilla, and then you're like, "Where's my commons at? Where's my common?" Hey, I'm gonna engorge. You take 2, and then just blast out a Bloodpelt Hunter for free. Here you go, kid. I mean, I guess you're still paying mana for it, but sometimes you aren't paying mana for it. You're just devouring something. You're devouring a squad token and replacing it with a Bloodpelt Hunter. And then late game, your opponent dies. Gorlock Black Plouter. In your end step, if you attack this turn, create X, tap foods and treasures, where X is the number of permanents, monovel 1 or greater, you sacrifice this turn. Okay. I don't know how many things I'm actually sacrificing. You stapled food onto a lot of stuff. Like you put create a food token on several cards I want to play anyway, so there is that. But I'm generally not wanting to sacrifice my own guys in Limited. That's such a huge cost, even if you kind of get something for it. Like, I just don't want to sacrifice a 3/3 for 4 sitting there and replace it with like a 4/4, and I paid mana to do that. Like, I'm mostly probably just spending mana on this stuff and only devouring something when someone uses removal on it. But it's a mythic, so maybe it's more of a commander card. First strike Death Touch, if you would connive, you may instead surveil. Neat. Then connive. Interesting. This is an interesting guy. I like how it does something else. Whenever it enters attacks, he connives. When he connives this way, another target creature you control gains your choice of first strike or death touch. Okay, so the way this is written might be the case that he enters, and if you want to surveil, you didn't in fact connive this way, you surveilled instead. And so this other thing might not trigger. I don't know if that's exactly the case on how replacements work specifically, but I think he might be a little bit of an anti-combo with himself. I'm not sure if you wanted it to be like that or not, or if it works the way I'm thinking. When you tap one or more creatures you control, put a resolve counter on this enchantment. The ability triggers only once each turn. In your end step, if this enchantment has 4 more resolve counters on it, create 2/2 blue elf knight creature tokens of vigilance. Okay, that's good. So this is not whenever it becomes tapped, it's whenever you tap one or more creatures you control. It's a shame we didn't put Llanowar Elves in this set. Or Birds of Paradise or something. Because I would, like... If we got, like, a Llanowar Elves at common... Disciple of Champions... Or Discipline of Champions... Beginning your end step, make 2/2/2 Knights with Vigilance every turn. In Limited would be fucking nuts. And for only 2. Then again, pretty awful top deck, because it doesn't do anything until 4 turns from whenever you top deck it. At minimum. But thinking about the curve out. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to an opponent, you may draw a card. Cool. For 3 even. This one's dangerous. Whenever you sacrifice 1 or more permanents, mana value 1 or greater, put a resolve counter on this enchantment. In your end step, if this enchantment has 3 or more, return target non-land. Oh, from hand, okay. I think this actually works. Because, what's it called? Gravedigger on an enchantment probably does cost 2 plus some stipulation for other cards to do the same thing. Only needing 3 counters on it is pretty easy to do as well. Again, more of a commander card. People would play this thing. They already play, what's it? There's an enchantment for 2 that if you have 4, I think it's 4 more creatures in your graveyard or turn 1. There's some other ones that do similar kind of things. So yeah, Cunning of Champions fits right in for decks that want to do stuff like that. Your token's copy of target creature you control, except it has haste. Sack at the beginning and next end step. Total mana value 1 cards in your graveyard is greater than or equal to 13. Create 2 of the tokens instead. I would play this card in Italy. Yep. I would play this in Italy. Thank you, come again. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, Oversold Cemetery. Yeah, that's it. Alrith Stoneguard, 3/4 for 3. Yep, 3/4 for 3. Big. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, prevent all combat damage to be dealt to target creature you control this turn. That's good. That's a good one. The buttery radio voice. Oh, what's up? It's a leader. I'm looking over somebody's custom commander set. Actually, custom limited set they made. Issuing commentary. Just about done. Aqua Gyranus. 1 mana of any color, spin and only cast creature spells or activate abilities of creatures. Regiment 3 draw card. What was the... there's an artifact that does this already. I can't remember what it's called. But the design space is there. It doesn't have Regiment 3 draw card, obviously, but... something, I can't remember what the other ability on it is. Anyway, Aqua Gyranus in this limited set is really good. Very consider playing it. So many creatures have expensive activated abilities in this set. And the fact that you can only spend the mana to cast creatures, that's fine. Almost everything in this set is creatures for the most part. There's very few instants and sorceries that are generally in a limited deck anyway. Brood Terror. Yeah, the heirloom thing from Tarkir. Discard your hand, draw X, where X is the greatest mana value among cards, discard this way. I don't think we've had that yet. We've had like Whirlpool Riders, and we've had not Words of Wisdom. We've had discard and then draw equal to the number, you know, but never the greatest mana value among cards discarded this way. This is deceptively, freakishly strong. Drawing X, where X is the greatest mana value among cards, is going to almost always be so much more than the normal whirlpool kind of effect here. Pay 4, draw 16. That's what this says to me. Or like, pay 4, draw 10. That's kind of good. I mean, it's a big investment. It's 10 total to do it. What a powerhouse card for limited as well as your rare. Brood Terror, I discard Valinor, and now on turn 10, you have no hand, and I have 9 cards in hand or something. You can use it multiple times as well. It's not just a one of. Honestly, I'm kind of sad that Elect Man logged off, because if Brood Terror was a legendary creature, it would be the best red commander in the game. Not the most powerful necessarily, but it would, to me, it would be the best red commander. I would play mono red in a heartbeat if Brood Terror was a legendary creature. Because it's a gas station. Finally, you get a gas station in red. You know, you're kind of overpaying for it, but you're in red. You're probably used to overpaying for cards that if they were green would cost half as much and be better in every way. Help hit A-Bomb. Creature dies, create a million rats that can't block. Sacrifice non-land permanent, monstrosity X, or X, sacrifice permanent, spawn of value, X can't be 0. I mean, you could make the X equals 0, it wouldn't matter. It would mean it gets 0 counters and it can't monstrosity again. So really, it's just stopping it from being a single-use sacrifice outlet with no other benefit. Always 3 claw steps ahead. At the beginning of your upkeep, choose one of the total amount of value one card. Yeah. Surveil 2. Our creature control connives. Ooh. This might be too good. No, it's not too good, but it's close to it. Okay. Considering the fact that Surveil 2 is worse than Scry 2 in a vacuum, but when you consider synergies, Surveil 2 is actually better than Scry 2 a lot of the times. And the cheapest possible way to get Scry 2 on an enchantment every turn on your upkeep, I believe, is 4. So Splashable 2 to Surveil 2 every upkeep, that's really ahead of rate. Now, it takes a while to get Ruination, but Surveil gives you Ruination eventually. I guess you're not surveiling to get it. You have to get it some other way, so fair enough. Maybe this is fine. This is good, though. The price is right. You just have to do a little extra work, I guess. No, you can choose both if you have 13. So yeah, this is... You're actually just surveilling 2 every time, and you don't care if a creature connives at all. 3 claw steps ahead. Is this the best card? Hard to say. Yeah, 3 claw steps ahead. Really, really, really good. Possibly too good. I would play this card immediately in a shitload of blue decks. Yeah, Glarb. Play this in Glarb. I would actually play this in Glarb even though it doesn't cost 4. That's how good I think it is. Probably needs to be blue instead. I think it has to be Surveil 1. Surveil 2 for 2 mana is just, even if it was double blue, is too good. Probably. You could just let it kind of be a mistake and that'd be fine. Quote unquote mistake, you know? But I'm thinking like search for Azcanta, Thrasios, or the 3 mana Thassa. You're just not getting the equivalent of Scry 2 until you start paying 4 mana for an enchantment. And Surveil 2 is arguably better. Free Guild Garrison. Beginning your end step, if you control 1 or more tapped creatures, put a recruitment counter on the artifact. Remove a recruitment counter to get a guy. Remove 2. Create 3 guys. Only once each turn and only as a sorcery. Cool. Like a white bitter blossom that wants you to be attacking. This card's good. This card's very good. Gotta be attacking though, but the card's very good. Power in numbers. Alright, we got a Crusade. It's a battle point though. Creatures girl get 1/1. Yeah, this is a good Crusade. Morghast Archai. 3/3 for 6. Flash flying. Enters, counter target spell, draw 3, discard 1. And Reconstructor, okay. At 6 mana, for a flash counterspell creature, you could basically print anything on the card and it's fair. I've noticed. Because they just printed that one dragon, who's like a flash flying, enters, counter spell thing for 6, but it's like exile that card and then cast it for free. So, to me, at 6 mana, for a flash counterspell creature, you could basically print anything you want, no matter how crazy it is, and at 6 it's balanced. So I think this is fine. And also strong. 3/3 flyer is actually kind of good in this set. There are not a lot of flyers, and it doesn't have 2 toughness. Liege Cavalos. Whenever you sacrifice 1 or more permanents with mono 1 or greater, create a skeleton. Whenever this creature attacks, Surveil 2. 4/4 for 5. Menace. This is a kind of a powerhouse black creature. Still, there's a lot of squads and big guys in this. But Menace is pretty good. Fury of Champions. Whenever you activate the ability of a creature you control that isn't a mono ability, put a resolve counter on it. XX. Copy target activated ability you control X times. Activate only if there are 4 more resolves. Okay. You could build up to some freaky shit on this. Poor Draining Welk. I know. Dude, I love Draining Welk. Me and Draining Welk go way back to, Old Man Commander. And, geez. What was that other one? It's not Overmaster. It's not Giga Brain. But it's like, I think it costs 6 and it's like counter target creature spell and then draw cards equal to its mana cost or something like that. Those time stop, those 6 mana like humongo shit cards that are basically like fuck everything you're doing. The 6 mana one where it's choose any number and it's like counter a spell, make a token copy. Draw a card, counter activated or triggered ability. And you'd play the Gear Hulk to flash it back. Good times, good times. Oh, Velenor. Convoke, Vigilance, Trample, Reach, just fucking huge. When this creature enters, put a shield counter on each creature that convoked it. but they're all tapped, so it's kind of like shields down, you know? So a Valinor is kind of like my opponent can't quite win. Like I'm definitely sure my opponent can't win next turn. So I convoke a Valinor, and if I survive to untap, I can never lose this game. I guess. Scouring Light of Teclis. Choose a creature you control. If it is tapped, destroy all untapped, and if it's untapped, destroy all tapped. This is clever. I'm surprised Wizards hasn't printed this exact card yet. This is actually worth, even though there's a ton of squads in this set, I think this is still maybe worth running in a certain type of limited deck here. Because you always save all of your creatures. It's a one-sided wrath. That's it. Sublime Epiphany. You are correct. That's it. That's the one. Scouring Light of Texas. Scouring Light of Texas. This is a really good Wrath of God. This is a really good Wrath of God. Maybe the best one-sided Wrath. Not sure. Really good. And regardless of all the squad stuff I was talking about before, this isn't a Wrath. This is a one-sided Wrath. So all that squad stuff doesn't matter. This card is amazing. And a constant concern. The existence of Scouring Light probably means my Jund board control deck sucks now and isn't the way to go. I have to reassess the entire situation of this whole limited pool because this thing, yeah, it's at rare, but if your opponent has it, if they ever draw it, you'll lose the game. So that's a concern. Perfect Scheme. As an additional cost to cast it, return a creature control its owner's hand. Return all creatures your opponents control mana value X or less. X is 1 plus the mana value of the returned creature. Card's good. Kind of a similar... We, we got two absolute blowouts. So now there's two chances at the absolute blowout preventers. This shit is scary. Both of these. Damn, imagine drafting Jeskai, okay? Jeskai, Scouring Light, Perfect Scheme, and then the ogres that have activated abilities to do stuff, and squads. Like, that's a concern. When this creature enters, destroy target creature and all other creatures of the same name as that creature. Cool. I'm surprised I haven't seen more of that with so many squads, but I like it. This is a power demon. And he has Reconstruct to do it again. Huge. Really strong. Your rares are very good in this set. Your rare bombs are bombs. It's like that meme, hydrogen bomb versus hydrogen bomb. There's no coughing babies here. I mean, well, yeah, there are, but less so than I would have thought. Head-on collision. Creatures control have, you may exert this creature as it attacks. Whenever you exert a permanent, creatures control get 1/0 as a control point. Swing for the fences. You better win on that turn, though, because if you don't, then sort of like opponent gets an extra turn. Cyclic Shifts. Beginning your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, reveal cards at the top of your library until you reveal land. Put that onto your hand. Okay, so it's like a 3-mana abundance, kind of. No, it's better because you end up drawing. Cyclic Shifts. It's at the end of turn, not the beginning, though. You need tapped creatures. This card's very interesting and good. It is a control point. So, like, strictly speaking, you would never play with it. Because you don't want your opponent to steal your stuff and get benefits from it. But it's interesting. The effect is interesting anyway. Severith Wind Larad. 5/4 for 8, Convoke, Flying Lifelink. In the beginning of combat on your turn, untap each creature you control. Deals X damage to our creature or battle where X is the number of creatures untapped this way. So yeah, okay. So you convoke Severith, beginning of combat, kill their best guy, and now you have a 5/4 lifelink flyer. All right, we're bombing. The bombs in this set. Venari Lord Regent on Light Courser. Whenever one or more other creatures you control leave the battlefield without dying, create a 2/2 blue Elf Knight. Whenever this creature attacks, you exile up to one other target non-land permanent you control. Return it on. You flicker it, yeah. He's a flicker. And you're making a little army every time you flicker. This is an interesting guy. I kind of want this guy as a commander in blue-white. Mortesian Reconstruction. 1 black sorcery. Return target non-legendary creature or artifact card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Ooh. Ooh. Dude, the bombs. The bombs did not stop. So we're like Surveil Limited Reanimator. Or just the most value reanimate that doesn't care about your life total ever. Tap and sacrifice 1 swamp, reanimate Severith. Or whoever. It's not Severith because he's a legend, but, you know, whatever, this guy. Kind of anything. This shit is good. This is a concern. Ironweld Cogfort. Exhaust Regiment 6 vehicle becomes an artifact creature, deals 2 damage to each creature and battle you don't control. Blast them. 8/8 menace for 5. But you can't crew it. There's no crew. So you really do have to spend some time Colossus of Sarda. This guy. Scourging of Gyran. Yeah, Frostwood on Stonehorn seems like a good choice for that one. 1 black mod. 1 black. Hey, you have to sacrifice a land. I'm sorry. You have to sacrifice a food token you got by accident 2 turns ago. I think I'll manage. I'll manage to sprint for it. Hell yeah. Whenever you activate the ability of a creature you control, isn't a mana ability, put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. Only once a turn, but that's what you're going to be doing. Yeah, Scouring of Gyran, Scourging of Gyran. That's good. That's good. Each creature you control. Big. Creature can't attack you or battles you control unless their controller pays X for each of those creatures, X the number of tapped creatures you control. Ugh. Don't print this. Don't put this in a limited set. Oh no. Do we need aggro moat in the limited set? Yeah, it's a rare. I don't know. Put an asterisk next to this one. I don't know about this. I don't know about this one. Hey, you better be packing your enchantment removal in this set. Wisdom of Champions. Whenever you discard 1 or more cards, put a resolve counter on this enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, if this enchantment has 5 or more resolve counters on it, scry 1, then draw. Ooh, and it's not even limited to once. So you can draw 5, discard 5, and just turn this on. And now you're always scrying and drawing at end of turn. Big. Nice wisdom. Big wisdom. Power struggle. Whenever you attack, you may sacrifice a permanent with mana value 1 or greater. If you do, put 2 1/1 counters on target creature you control. Just make, yeah, every time you devour something and then attack. Well, no. Yeah, this is stepping on its toes too much. I'm simply sacrificing too much stuff. However, I'm probably not choosing the sacrifice stuff. I'm probably just paying the cost. But then again, draft 2 Mortesian reconstructions, and who gives a shit? Training Arena. Activate abilities creatures you control cost 2 less to activate. Oh, really? So we got another training grounds. You printed another training grounds for me? Thank you. Hey, my Rog Thras deck is very excited to have a training arena. Thank you. I appreciate it. Whenever you activate an ability of a creature you control that isn't a mono ability, creatures you control get 2/0. Triggers only once each turn. Sure. Yeah. Hey, we found a commander card. This one goes straight in. This one goes straight in a lot of decks. Not just Thrasios in red and some other stuff. Training Arena. That's a big deal. Talked about that guy already. When this creature enters, exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard. Regiment. Tap. Activate only once each turn. Okay, the tapper is expensive in this format. I was waiting for the tapper. We almost always get tappers in limited. You already have Biomancer Familiar and Zarda. If you're in the red-white, yeah, if you're in 4-color, yeah, you have Zarda. You do already have Biomancer's Familiar. So you have Biomancer's Familiar, Training Grounds, sometimes Soul Cauldron, but probably not. I'll take one more, you know. I'll take one more, 2 less to activate. Arch Warlock, 2/2 for 3. Whenever it or another enters under your control, up to 1 target creature you control connives. I don't like connive as a mechanic. I know I'm wrong, but I don't like draw discard. Well, I should stipulate that. I played a lot of draw discard in Reanimator. So there is that. Clawlord on Gnaw Beast. This is a good card, though. Sack a creature, creatures control XO, where X is 1+ to sacrifice creature's mana value. Alright. Inside out Crater Hoof, kinda. Clawlord on Gnawbeast at uncommon. Alright. For this guy at uncommon, I'm kind of seeing the vision, because you had, like, Squad Menace way down here in the commons. Oh, but it is Squad 3. Okay, I guess I forgot that it was Squad 3. Plague Monks. Yeah. A bunch of cheap squad stuff. Tokens, play 1 big guy, kill it, swing for 40. That's your Gnaw Beast plan. So you're in like black, white something. Altar removal, tempo, a bunch of early 2/2s, squad later on. Looking for your uncommon 1 or 2 Claw Lords to slam it, sack, and then jam it. So that your team has like +16 damage or something when they're coming in with Menace or Death Touch or whatever. Yeah, the Claw Lord's very good. The existence of Claw Lord at uncommon probably turns on the black strategy that I thought was kind of lacking up till now. It needed some way of pushing through, and this pushes through. Warplock Jezzail's 3/2. 1 damage to any target if they're 2 damage instead. Yeah, that's good. And reach too. 3 damage on the reach, and a lot of the flyers in this set are 3/3s. Being your end step, look at the top X cards of your library, X the number of tapped creatures you control. You may reveal a creature or land, put it in your hand, put the rest in the pot. Oh, we have 2 cards to do this. So at the end of your turn, drive to the gas station twice. What was the other one? That was discard. I know there was another one where it was like end of turn if you have tapped guys do something. Anyway, I can't remember what the card was, but we're doubling up on that. We got end of turn gas station effects in the Convoke deck for sure. A little disynergist with this guy, but he wants you to attack anyway, so. Three first strike for 4. That's a good creature in this set. Whenever it becomes tapped, make a guy. Free Guild Marshal. Oh, baby. Kind of good. Better Part of Valor. Whenever you attack, you may exile target non-token creature you control. If you do, exile target non-token creature you don't control. Return those cards. Yeah, so you attack, exile one of your guys that are real, and exile one of their squad tokens. Sort of slowly undoing the value your opponent's trying to get. Collect the Bone Tithe. Each opponent exiles a creature they control and their graveyard. Ooh, interesting. Unfortunate that it's a sorcery. That's too bad. I was almost interested in this card. 4 is a lot, I guess, for Grave Hate. I like how it's exile a creature they control, not sacrifice. Bright Battle Mage. Whenever you activate an ability of a creature you control, this is a mono ability. Creature deals 2 damage to any target. The ability triggers only once each turn. We might have too many of these effects. I don't know. I'm kind of thinking about playing it. And so it's like, it might get to the point where you only have 1 Devour creature out. You know, you got a bunch of stuff out, right? But only one of your creatures has Devour. So you're like, all right, I'm going to engorge for 4. And when I engorge, I deal 2 damage to each opponent and 2 damage to any target and make a food token and, reanimate a guy. And it might be like you engorge 1 time and then there's like 5 triggered abilities from commons, uncommons that just all, it might be too many triggers off of that 1 engorge effect. I'm not complaining, but it is that's a lot of synergy. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, you may pay 1 if you do. Target creature you control fights up to 1 other creature you don't control. Yeah, it's like you eat something and then you have like 5 mutate triggers. Same thing a little bit with the Convoke stuff. The thing you're actually missing in the Convoke deck is enough things that have Convoke, I think. You might not have enough Convoke cards, and so you finally draw 1 Convoke, and you're like, I'm going to Convoke, and then here's 5 triggered abilities that happen when I do. And I get like insane value from my single Convoke thing. Obviously, real limited sets have have a higher percentage of boring cards. And when you make your own set, you're tempted to make every card interesting. But you actually, in a wizard set, there's just a lot more like 2 3s for 3 with flying, and that's it. And 2 2s for 2 with menace. And 4 4s for 5 with no abilities, just stuff like that. There's a lot more of those, because otherwise you have so many interesting fun cards that are cool, that like every single card synergizes with everything, and you get it's almost like every one of your cards has like cascade 5 times or something. I mean, it'd be a wild set, and that's kind of the spirit of AOS, is all this crazy shit happens all the time, which is what AOS was kind of, at least at first, that's sort of like what AOS was about. Hurricane Wind Charger. Squad. When this creature becomes tapped, target creature you control gains flying until end of turn. Sick. That's good. Does turn into a burden for remembering triggers. I don't know if I care too much about that. You should just remember your triggers if you want to play well. But there might be, from a power level point of view, just simply too many triggers. You might be getting too much value for doing the one thing, no matter which archetype you pick. It might be too many value things happening at all times, maybe. These limited decks are going to play like standard decks in a certain respect, with the amount of grotesque value. Now, I love grotesque value, but just in my head, it feels like it might be a lot. Curse of Years, this is good removal. Gen creature gets -5 and loses all activated abilities. It's interesting. Normally, it would lose all abilities, but this one it only loses activated abilities. It doesn't lose triggered abilities. And a lot of these are triggers. So, Curse of Years is one of those 2 mana quasi removal blue cards that are in a lot of limited sets. This one has a proper downside where, you know, you still have this thing, right? Hurricane Wind Charger. All right, Hurricane Wind Charger, and I squat at once. Go. Okay, well, Curse of Years it. Well, fine, I'll still attack with it. And target creature still gets flying, you know. It's not like Trapped in the Moon or something where it's like a perfect shitty removal card that you just have to block with and let the creature die. Endless Tides of Vermin. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. It connives for 5. 5's a lot, but then again, the creatures are good in this set. Uncommon no fuss reanimate for 5, huh? Chain Traps Gree-up. Whenever you activate an ability of a creature you control that isn't a mana ability, target creature you control must be blocked if able this turn. Big. Okay. Nice Chain Trap. This shit's kind of good. Any Death Touchers in chat? Amber Battle Mage. When this creature becomes monstrous, it fights up to 1 target creature you don't control. Cool. Ooh, a flying green creature. You don't see a lot. And then Monstrosity 3 for 7. A 5/5 flyer for 6 in green. That's pretty big at uncommon. I'm seeing how many of these uncommons I can snatch up. How many 5/5 flyers? How many Shivan Dragons with no fire breathing can I play in green? That's kind of good. Flyers, there aren't too many flyers in this set. And almost none of them are 5/5s at common. This shit's sick. This is big. Amber Battle Mage. Okay, stocks in green rising again. Hurricane Window Mage. 1/2 flyer for 3. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, exile up to 1 target non-land permanent you control, return to the battlefield, begin the next end step. That's good. That's good. Dankness of the Soul for 8. Convoke. Tap all creatures target player controls if 4 more Creatures are convoked. Put a stun counter on each. Okay. Hey, remember when I was like, where's the thing to push through the damage? It's this. That's why it costs 8. Fucking get him. Get him, got him good. God, there's our Harvester. 3/5 for 5 menace. Beginning of each end step, if a creature died this turn, create a 1/1 white skeleton creature token. So gruesome surgery is just morbid, right? And then reconstruct. Is there a red dragon in this set? I don't think so. No. Well, one of the commanders maybe, but no. Deflect blame. As an neutral cost cast to discard a card to pay 3. Change the target of target spell with a single target. No, fuck you. Fuck you. Not with a single target. Erase. Erase it. Change the targets of target spell or ability. Please. We need more deflecting swats. And we need less we need less swerves in the world. Do it for me. Call the Blizzard. Target creature you control gets XX, where X is its mana value. It deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. I like it. Call the Blizzard. Fucking big. God damn, he's huge. I'm gonna be honest. Chat. I'm forcing mono green, and I'm just going to step on people trying to do anything cute. I'm drafting mono green splash black, and I'm just going to put on my boots and crush people that are trying to play 3-color cute stuff. And getting colors screwed every 4 games. I'm just going to be like, Ember Battle Mage, call the Blizzard, crush you, swing 10. Oh, you killed it? Reanimate. Bolt bends and redirects are fine. Oh, no, I want more. I want more power. Light of the True Moon. When this enchantment enters, exile to 1 target non-land permanent until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. Exile this enchantment, return it. Oh, cool. It's got its own little funny flicker thing. Yeah, okay. And 4 is reasonable. Target non-land permanent as well, not just creature. Card's good. Uncommon as well. You're going to see this. Cavalus War Chariot. When this vehicle deals combat damage to a player or battle, surveil X or X the amount of damage dealt. Crew 2. Big. And reconstruct, don't forget. When this artifact enters, and when you sack it, each opponent sacks a creature. Ooh, ugh. I think there's a knife that does that for 2. But it might not be when you sack it. This card's Grizzly Repassed. This might be a good card. This might be played in Commander. This might be a thing. Feral Foray. At the beginning of your end step, if you attacked with a creature this turn, create a tap treasure token. Hell yeah. Oh, I like the heralds. You got them all in the picture here. Your roommate has seen you in this same spot on your computer for genuine hours. You're such a chud. Look, normal people have couches and televisions, and they sit in front of those for just as long or longer. You're just looking at a different screen. You know, we're all the same at the end of the day. City's Herald. Enchant land whenever enchanted land is tapped for mana's control adds additional. Good. Yeah, we actually do need another one of these. I agree. And it doesn't cost 1, so the CEDH players won't play it. It's just there's the ones for 2 that add an additional. There's the weird one that has the wolf stuff on it that you don't care about. There's fertile ground that's any color. And there may only be one more. So we did actually need another one of these in for 2. I agree. It's not another Utopia Sprawl. It's not another Wild Growth. The CEDH players only care about it if it costs 1. Give Timmy another 2 mana enchantment thing for his funny lands. And then I read that already, Knife to the Heart. Start a combat on your turn, target creature control can't be blocked this turn. Hey, there we go. And it's a control point, we're sweating on this one. We're sweating. When this artifact enters up to 1 target creature gets -3. Sacrifice it to surveil 1. Hey, remember when I said I was going black-green? Share the load. The load of saturation. Complete global saturation. This card is so good. I'm not saying pack 1, pick 1 or anything, but aside from ridiculous bombs and rares and stuff, top 3 might be a top 3 pick for me. Surveil, Reconstruct, only 3 mana. Removal from most creatures and even a lot of the flyers. Participate in combat, post-combat, cast it to finish a guy off. Very interesting card here. And it has Reconstruct, so you can get it back. Very interesting with the flicker, because I think there's some flicker cards in here that don't just target creatures, they target permanents like this guy. Dude, playing a black-white deck. Hurricane Windmage, Flickering Grizzly Repassed over and over and over and over and over. Very interesting. Very interesting synergies with Grizzly Repassed. And since it's uncommon, you will be seeing them. Or not Grizzly Repassed, pardon me. Load of Saturation. Very cool. Build around me deck for sure. You want these. I'm drafting these very highly, I think. First Blood. Creatures control get 1 on, have haste. And it's a battle point. Nice. 1 more mana than Mass Hysteria, but it's not everyone, but they can steal it from you. 1-0 and haste for only 2, though. You would play it like Mass Hysteria, where you just like do it on the fun turn. I'm thinking Commander here. First Blood is crazy strong. This is a concern, this thing. Enduring as the walk, but it's also a concern for both players. Put a shield counter on X target creatures and or battles you control. Pretty expensive, but it's Convoke. I'm looking at, if you're trying to build the Convoke archetype, I think you just draft every card that says Convoke, regardless of whether the card actually does anything or not. Because there's so much good synergy for it that you could have a card that costs 4 and just says Convoke and the rest of its text box is blank. And every time you cast it, you probably get 4 triggered abilities. And so it almost doesn't even matter what the Convoke card does because so much is going to happen based on you doing it. But, hey, I might as well put shield counters on my guys while we're at it. Grizzled Veteran. Whenever this creature attacks, it gets XX or X number of creatures you control. Well, if you're playing ogres, you will not have a lot of creatures because you're supposed to sack your own creatures all the time. You're playing this in tokens. So we have some cross-pollination. We're playing this in Convoke and the tokens. You're not really playing it in the ogre thing. Marrow Pact. Sack this artifact, exile target creature, return the exiled card to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Activate only during your turn. And reconstruct. Okay, we're getting these reconstruct, flicker, remove the thing. I see the grand machine. Surveil 2, then draw 2. Ugh, sorcery. This kills the crab. Make it an instant. The lurker is below. It's not like you have counter spells in this set. Don't worry about it. It can be an instant. Give it Convoke. Whenever you attack, create a 1/1 black rat peasant. This token can't block. That's tapped and attacking. Nice bro hunter. Look at this dude. 2 for 3 at the start of combat in your turn. Target creature you control gets XX. It's the greatest mana value among permanents you control. At uncommon. This shit is okay. There's some, I'm seeing some pillars here. There's a lot of pillars. Big. Uncommon for 3. This is a 5/5 for 3. You know? This dude. All right, turn 3, Icebrow Hunter. Turn 4, swing for 5. Just him. He's just big. Very interesting, Icebrow Hunter. Icebrow Hunter is tying the room together. Very interesting. He's big. Never mind if you have other stuff. I'm just thinking like turn 3, Icebrow. Turn 4, swing 5. Wonder if you can clear the way, like Slith Firewalker it. Probably not. Too much squad. Feel like if you're playing ogres, you're picking up some Skaven to eat along the way. I think I'm playing the ogres that just do stuff. And instead of play like 1/1s for 2 that want to get eaten to give you 1 treasure token, I'm probably just playing cards. You know, I'm probably just adding to my board state by playing other good cards. There's plenty of good stuff here. I think I'm probably just, I don't think I'm really necessarily devouring unless I draw one of the, or unless I draft one of the like rares that kill creatures by drafting or by devouring. Curving a bear into Icebrow is 5 into 7 by turn. Yeah, you're just, I'm playing like Icebrow Hunters. 5/5 Flying Dragons for 6. Fight cards. Bite cards. Call the Blizzard. I'm just not trying to spend mana on my own turn to sacrifice a 2/2 for 1 that I put in my deck that sucks unless I draw my 3 Devour cards. Like, I'll play some of them if they're just good sometimes, but I don't know that I'm trying to devour, or engorge, pardon me. The good stuff is too good. I might be good stuff pilled now. I don't know. There's a bunch of different ways you could draft this set. Anyway, so my point is, with Engorge, I don't want, it's called Engorged, right? Yeah. With Engorged, I don't want to play like shitty guys that are just supposed to get eaten, because I want the average card quality of my deck to be as high as possible. I don't know if the synergy is quite strong enough to be in situations often where I draw the guys that are supposed to be eaten, but not the guys who are supposed to eat. I think I want the average card quality you could get, even in commons and uncommons, is so high that I think I just play like basically the best cards. And if I get a really good Engorge guy, cool. But I'll pay 4 to Monstrosity 2 and destroy an artifact. You know? Well, okay, in this set, an enchantment. I would destroy an enchantment for sure, but like I'll just pay that. And then this motherfucker, by the way, is a 10-11 trample when the bro is out, right? Oh, yep, he's fucking big. Just put as many of them in there as possible. I'm curving. I don't know if this is correct, but I'm getting that feeling where everybody else is trying to draft an archetype and nickel and dime with their synergies to get value and end up playing a bunch of stuff that kind of doesn't do anything unless their combos are online. And I'm just drafting like dump truck stupid power level stuff and trampling over them and killing them with as few colors as possible. Maybe that's wrong. In some sets that's right, in some sets that's wrong. People will figure it out eventually. But very early on, I like to kind of do that. Play safe, play very stable mana bases, take my free wins every once in a while because somebody's 3-color deck just doesn't draw the right colors in the right order, and I'm on a solid 2-color or something like that. And just meat and potatoes, cast my removal spells, have better stuff. You're trying to set up a little machine, and maybe I just kill you. Anyway, cool shit. If someone had all of this somehow printed out, I would probably draft it. And I would be terrified of someone, of whoever was the Luxac blue-white player who opened 2 of these. Just terrified of losing the game at any moment instantly. One person in a pod, probably every other draft, one person in a pod has 1 Scouring Light, 1 Perfect Scheme, and they're just playing blue-white, you can't win. But aside from that, very interesting. Yeah, low to saturation, this shit. Mortesian Reconstruction. Some good stuff here. Moncat Hour of Devastation, yeah. Boros kill you, and everyone's trying to do 400 IQ stuff, and you're just like, put that life total to 0. What if you're just dead, though? There's so much value in this set. Value maxing, value synergy maxing everywhere, that just kill you might actually work. But I don't know. It's not that fast. That's the thing. We have like an all-timer minimum amount of haste in this set. And all the squad costs are expensive. Everything's very expensive in this set. It is slow battle cruiser value maxing the limited set. What I imagine happens in this set is it's very slow. You kind of battle cruiser, just build up board states that can't attack each other. And then you hit a certain point faster than you might think, probably, where you're just like, oh yeah, okay, so I drew Trampling Charge, you lose. Hey, all right, this is cool. Special thanks, shout out to Elecman for the limited set with Age of Sigmar stuff to it. I'll see you guys later in the week. Next stream. We're back to streaming. It's a streaming month. So you will please enjoy your roommates looking at you weird when you're staring at a computer for hours. And then they're staring at a TV for hours. Don't worry about it. See you guys Friday. Got some work to do. TY for watching. I'll see you next time. What am I doing next time? Am I doing maybe like a commander deck clinic? Is that a thing that people could do? Or that people would be interested in? Maybe. I don't know. I might send out the feelers in the Magic the Gathering channel of Discord. Are people interested in like a deck clinic where they're like, hey, here's my deck list, help me fix it or something? Maybe I could do that. It might be a neat thing. Anyway, see you. Get out of here.